Good evening. Before we begin, this game is described as a tragic horror game. With this in mind, we would like to provide a general warning of violence, gore, and dark themes. Also, be aware there will be some distorted audio used. While our party has discussed their lines and veils with one another and the GM, we cannot guarantee they are the same as yours. If at all during this stream you start to feel uncomfortable or uneasy, we ask you to please discontinue the stream. Your safety and well being are more important to us than our viewer count. Thank you. And now, Craftic Stories presents 10 Candles. Happy Horrordays.
I don't know if anyone's out there. I don't know if anyone's listening. I don't even know if anyone's left. I guess I'll just talk for a while and leave this recording somewhere. Maybe I'll put a note with it. Maybe I'll just listen to it a few times. It'll be good to hear a voice. Even if it's my own. God. My name is Gene. My parents named me after Genesis. The prologue, not the band. I'm nobody. Nothing special. Part-time librarian, part-time pothead. I go to church on Sundays. I tell the girls I love whatever book they're reading, even if I've never read it. Because I'm utterly incapable of starting a conversation any other way. And now I'm being hunted. It's been 10 days since the night came. It happened while we slept. I'm sure there were hectic phone calls between government officials and professional stargazers that night, but the rest of us had no idea. That is until the sun didn't rise. There's just nothing. No stars, no moon, no sun. Just darkness. Like the big old universe had thrown a blanket over us. All tucked in and ready for bed. Turns out the blanket theory wasn't entirely wrong. Something was out there. Something that blocked out the sky, blocked out the satellites. It's weird. You never really think about how much we rely on little machines floating around our planet until they're gone. It's been a quiet sort of apocalypse. But, you know, the human race, apart from the riots, the rest of us were willing to get along with our lives. All of the very important people were on the radios telling us that the sun hadn't gone out. Just some extraplanetary interference is what they like to call it. Like it was a temporary thing. I bought it. Wouldn't you? Not a lot of options to the contrary. Sunscreen went on sale. I went into work last Thursday. And then they came. I don't know what they are. I don't think anyone does. Sam used to joke. She'd say, if only they were zombies. I had a plan for zombies. Maybe they are. Or aliens. Not the theories I've heard. The theories I've made. Whatever they are, the only fact that matters became clear real fast. They hated one thing more than us. Just one. The light. That's what they say anyway. The very important people, that is. Over and over. Stay in the light. Stay in the light. Speaking of theories, I can't help but wonder if they're just playing with us. I can't help but wonder if the whole darkness thing was just some plan. Some seriously twisted, genius plan to drive every terrified human to light up the world. Maybe they wanted the power grids to overload. Maybe they knew it would cause widespread blackouts. Maybe they were pretending. Maybe the light doesn't hurt them at all. Maybe they just wanted to hunt us in the dark. Maybe they just want us all to die afraid. I mean, it's an elegant way for the world to end, I suppose. No meteors or melting ice caps. No warning. Nothing unnecessary. Just flip some sort of cosmic switch and the lights go out. It's like something reached into our collective subconscious and pulled out the most basic of terrors. That simple dread. Fear of the dark. I don't care what they tell you, you never outgrow it. You just forget about it for a while. Until it's all you know. Until those monsters under your bed come looking for you. Until the lights above your head start to flicker. Speaking of which, I need to keep moving. If you're listening to this, well, I don't really know what else to say. If you were hoping this recording would hold some answers, I'm sorry to say that I don't have any to give. The world is dark, and I'm alive. That's all I know. That's the end of things. That's all there is.
Hello, friends. Welcome to a very special presentation of Craftic Stories. You were promised as a charity goal reward, we would be doing another 10 candles with cast selected from the donors, and I present to you our cast selected of the donors. This stream we are dedicating to the Health Equity Alliance. They offer a variety of services to marginalized communities in Maine, such as emergency food pantry, healthcare services, harm reduction services. They also offer services in training businesses, mental health professionals, social workers to provide better service to the quiltback community, people living with HIV and AIDS, and people who are struggling with addiction. During these horrible COVID times, they've been working hard to support all of the people using them and delivering supplies, 1 to 3 days shipping to be able to make it out to the people need help. Please, if you can, donate to this amazing cause in the Tiltify chat. Let's see if we can hit our monthly goal for this. It would be utterly amazing. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and introduce you to our players. Kevin.
Yeah, so I'm Kevin. I'm playing John O'Hanrahan, although he goes by Jackie. He's a tall, middle-aged, balding man who wears a cap to hide the fact that he's going bald. He's the foreman at the machine shop for the local railroad. And yeah, that's what he was doing before all this began.
I'm Liz. I'll be playing Jolene Whitaker. She is your lifer in town. Always been here, never been anywhere else. And short brown hair, green eyes, pretty average all around. She's the waitress at the local all-night diner.
Hi, I'm Georgie Burrich. I work in the drive-through pharmacy, and I'm going to school to be a pharmacist.
Hi there, my name is Molly Anna, and I'm the local preschool teacher, but on Sundays I sing up in the choir. Well, when we still used to have Sunday service. And I moved down here with my family maybe about 20 years ago.
Okay. So for those of you not familiar with 10 Candles, as Tyler said at the beginning, it is a horror game. It is not a survival horror game because in the end everyone dies. Ten Candles is a game about reclaiming your hope after what perceivably is the worst thing ever to happen is. All of our players know this. They're all cool with it. So we're going to get in and do a little character creation, and then get into our story and see how many tears we can collect.
We're prepared. Everybody's prepared to cry this evening.
2020 has us all ready
much
for that.
water to prepare for tears.
Fantastic.
Bring it.
So, how character creation works in Ten Candles is a little bit different than your normal RPG system. You get a pair of traits. You get a virtue and a vice. You get a moment, that thing that is going to bring you hope. And then you get your brink, which is that last moment of despair that you would do whatever it takes. So how we start off is we have each of our players select a virtue. Virtues can be lucky, resourceful, watchful, merciful, daring, stuff like that, positive traits. And a vice, so afraid, greedy, claustrophobic, compulsive, those things that aren't so nice about a human nature. So, John, can you tell us the virtue and vice you selected?
Sure. For the virtue, I had resourceful. And then for the vice, I had forgetful.
Oh, this should be very interesting. Joe?
I selected crafty and indecisive.
Georgie?
I selected altruistic and self-centered.
And Molly?
I selected optimistic and vanity.
Oh, so here's where things get a little fun. These virtues and vices don't belong to the players that created them. The virtue belongs to the person on their right. So, players, could you go ahead and send your virtue to the person on your right? And your vice will go to the player on your left. And if everybody can thumbs up when they've sent their messages, so I know. You good, Georgie?
I am awaiting my vice.
Okay. So your vice should be coming from Nikki. So now, before we get into creating the moments, we're going to play a modified version of Dead Radio, which is what we were in the first time. The difference is you're not starting off in a town. You're not starting off in a bunker of a town hall. You're starting probably 15 miles outside of town in a little 2, maybe 3-room church that a few survivors have found and came to. They've boarded up the windows. They've made sure what fuel they could gather from the surrounding area has been brought in to keep the generators running. They've built fires, torches. and tried to band together. You've had groups roaming in and out. People come, people go. But the generators are running low. At this point, your only option for firewood is to bring down trees. You've scavenged all the low-lying brush, all of the fallen dead stuff. It is looking dire. Somebody had taken a AM/FM radio cassette player, and as the batteries in it started to grow weak, you heard, hey, any survivors? We've got food. We've got 5,000 gallons of gasoline. We've got heat. We're at the mall. The big mall. Our resident local, Miss Joe, would know that the only mall is about 20 miles away. It's one of those great big Mall of America type deals that have probably 50, 60 restaurants, bedding stores, clothing stores. It's a bastion, especially knowing they've got that much fuel and food. It's there. So now that we know what we're playing and we have an idea of who our characters are, we're going to have our characters select their moment. The moment is that thing that brings them hope. Finding that light at the end of the tunnel. So, players, if you would take a moment now that you know a little bit more about your characters, their vices, their virtues, you know their past lives. Figure out your moment and let me know when you've got it. Yes, ma'am.
I've got my moment.
Okay. And once you have it, if you could go ahead and send it to me in the Zoom. Because this isn't me versus the players. The point of this game is to tell the story, to help each other get to that moment, to help overcome, to try and survive, even though we know in the end we're all going to die. Well, all of us except one. Okay, snarky back channel chat. Technically, the candles do die as well. Candles, can you go ahead and light the 3 candles for me for our vices and our virtues? Would like to say while we're waiting on the remaining moments to come in, huge thank you to our producer Tyler for giving us a Saturday night to come play and share this game with you. And a huge shout out to the person playing our candles, Resident Small, Kayla. Thank you very much. Tyler, I appreciate the hand gestures. Okay, so we have Jackie's, we have Joe's, we have Molly's, and Georgie's now. So, unlike the vice and the virtue, the moment these players are going to keep, when these moments come up, and they succeed at what they're trying, it generates what's called a hope dice. Hope dice is a dice they get to add to their dice pool to roll to see if they succeed or fail. That cannot be lost unless they fail their brink. Also, the hope dice will succeed on a 5 or a 6, where normally You only succeed on a 6. So these dice, this moment of hope, is very powerful. And finally, that brings us to the brink. As I said, brinks are that last moment, the moment when everything else has failed. You're at your wit's end, and you're ready to do whatever you have to survive. Examples of brinks are scroll faster. I have seen you kill. I have seen you freeze. I've seen you collapse. So players, go ahead and start writing your brinks. The one thing that is special about brinks, however, is one of our players gets to write the brink for them, the darkness, the thing that comes when the light goes away. That player was Molly. And as such, since that leaves a player without one, that means I get to write a brink for one of our players, which was John, Mr. Jackie.
Lucky me.
Yes. So once you've written your brink, or your companion's brink, I should say, go ahead and give me the thumbs up and let me know. And Jackie, I know you've already got yours. And I have mine. So, we have our characters created. We know where we're at. Players, are you ready to get into the story?
Yep.
So, the brink goes to the person on your right. So it would have been the same person you sent the virtue to. So originally, this module says the darkness came 5 days ago. It didn't. The darkness came months ago. You've survived. You've struggled. Today's date, if your count is right, is December 25th. It's Christmas Day. You're in this church. You were the last 4 there. The last party went on a mission, went out 3 days ago. You've not seen or heard from them. The fire's growing low. You've probably got 3 or 4 stacks of wood, or 3 or 4 logs of wood left over to the side that's been cut and dried enough to be able to use. The generator that runs the space heater, people have repeatedly said, we've only got about a gallon of gas left. Use it as sparingly as possible. It's snowing outside. It's dark when you open the doors. Even though you think it's early morning, it's still dark. The snow that's normally a pristine white in the sunlight is just dull, gray, utterly silent. What would you like to do?
I'd like to find a coat.
Hold on, Georgie. I'm just finishing one up right now. Just give me 2 seconds to finish this stitch, and it'll keep you pretty warm. Excuse me, that's not the right voice. This is.
So Jackie, What would you be doing right now?
So Jackie just heard that broadcast coming over the radio along with everybody else.
Yep.
He'll probably pace around the place trying to gather up everybody else and see if they all heard it as well. I don't know if they're spread out or if we're all in the same room.
Well, it's a very small
Okay.
country church, so you figure there's probably the main area where you've got your pews and your pulpit. You've got a little side hall that has a bathroom, and then you've got the little preacher's office, and then they've got like it's more of a what's the word I'm looking for? A pavilion set up out back for when they do food. So for like every fourth Sunday sing, they've got a big pavilion with picnic tables that have been busted up and used for firewood.
Yeah, so I'll try to get everybody together and just start asking. So everybody heard that on the radio at the mall?
Yeah. That's a ways away, though.
It is. Better than what we got here if it's true, but who knows what's in between.
We don't know if it's true. I mean, that could be a recording. That could be from weeks ago.
You would know, Joe, this is the first time y'all have heard that recording.
It's bigger and it's getting cold. We can't stay here.
Yeah, I think you're right, unless we want to start chopping up the walls for firewood, and that won't do us any good.
No, it won't.
It's too hard to buy the pews. We've run out of this.
I guess we take what we can carry and bundle up against the snow and see if we can make it.
Do we know where we're making it to? Do we know where this mall is?
Oh, I know where the mall is. It's not like it's moved.
Hopefully not. Who knows these days?
Oh, fair enough.
Does anyone have a car? I walked here from work.
I've got the van, although it's hardly got any gas in it.
I brought the station wagon, but it'd probably be better if we take the van. You can take some of my gas and we can use that.
Is that what we all want to do?
I don't think we have much of a choice at this point.
All right, then we'll
Well,
take the van.
mhm.
Or
Okay.
all right, so I guess we'll try to get the station wagon up alongside the van and see if we can find something to siphon the gas with.
So this is going to bring us to our first conflict roll. Before we do that, though, you've got your stack of your vice, your virtue, your moment, and your brink. I need everybody to put your brink on the bottom of the pile. And then you can put the other 3 cards however you would like them. You cannot use your brink until the other 3 cards have been burned. But you can use your vice, your virtue, or your moment in whichever order you want to, as long as that is the order you have put them in the pile. So for those in chat, how the conflict rolls work is the players start off with 10 dice and they get to roll them. For every 6, or they need 1 6 to succeed at their task. However, for every 1 they roll, they have to remove those dice from the pile. So when John makes his roll, so Jackie, go ahead and roll your 10d6. He could potentially go from 10 dice to no dice if he has really bad luck.
I rolled 2 6s, but 1 1.
Okay.
And then some 3s, 4s, and 5s.
Okay. So that means our next roll for this scene, team, you only have 9 dice. Now, the benefit of the vice and the virtue is that anytime the player has one of those cards up, they can choose to embrace that vice or that virtue and re-roll all of the dice that came up as 1s, which could potentially lengthen their chance at being successful. So, you succeeded, Jackie. Tell me what you find. Tell me if you're able to siphon the gas out of Molly's station wagon into the van.
Yeah, well, since we're not taking the station wagon and we're probably not coming back, I guess we can pop the hood on that, cut out some of the old vacuum line tubing of that, and use that to get the gas from the wagon into the van.
Okay. So, assuming it takes you a few minutes to do that.
Yeah, it'll take a little while.
Probably doesn't help that you're in the cold. The snow's coming down.
No.
While Jackie's doing that, what are the rest of you doing?
Going through the station wagon and taking the things that I left in here that I didn't bring inside the church. There's a small to-go Bible, a window scraper, and a shovel.
Okay.
I'm going to clear out the church. I want to say a quick apology and go into the office. Teacher's office.
Okay.
Find anything we can do.
Go ahead and make me a conflict roll, Georgie. 9 dice, please, and thank you.
I have 1 1 and 2 6s.
Okay. So tell me, Georgie, what all do you find that can be useful in the church?
Yeah, I'm in the office. We burned everything else, so in here he has some personal effects and photos and notes and a computer that doesn't work, which is no good at all. There's a bottle of liquor that's good. I'm going to take that.
Southern Baptist Church, y'all.
Oh, of course. Look, you got the Lord's made of wine and the pastor's made of whiskey. So
There's a set of keys. I'm going to take the keys. I don't even care what they're for.
Okay.
And there are some books, which we've burned most of them. There is behind the door, there's hooks. So there's another coat. So I can put on another coat. It's got some things in the pockets. I don't want to take the hooks. I don't think that would be a very good weapon, but there is a bat back here. I don't know for what, like a cricket bat. I'm going to take the cricket bat.
Okay. Joe, what are you doing?
Does the church have a basement or like an attic or a balcony or anything like that?
It's probably got one of those overhead storage areas where they put
Like
up
a crawl space.
Yeah, like a crawl space. So where they would throw their Christmas tree, the stuff they would use for like baptisms and birthdays and stuff like that.
I would like to be a little nosy and go search and see if I can find anything that's been left in the crawl space, like blankets or, clothing from a clothing drive or something like that that's been discarded.
Go ahead and roll those dice for me.
It's 8 this time, right?
That is
Because we
correct.
had 1. Okay. Oh dear. That's 2 6s, but that's 5 1s.
Now, this is the perfect opportunity. Joe, what is your top card? Is it your moment? Is it a virtue? Is it a vice?
It is my virtue.
And what is your virtue?
Resourceful.
Would you like to burn your virtue to save those dice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want to do something like,
Okay.
fall down the rickety ladder and break my leg or something. That would be
Okay.
terrible.
So go ahead for me. Destroy your virtue. Oh, you're playing with fire again.
Oh yeah.
We didn't learn our lesson from this last time.
I got this. It's all good. I came prepared. Your girl's prepared.
So explain to me how being resourceful helps you find whatever it is you're looking for in this crawl space attic.
Well, I get up the rickety ladder and have a moment where I think I'm going to break the damn thing. But I come up over the top of the crawl space and I'm looking around and I see it looks like drapes as opposed to anything that would actually be useful, like a blanket or anything like that. But definitely take the drapes and kind of find some they have like rope that they use to tie the curtains back. So fashion a really gaudy looking like jacket sort of coat type thing to help keep warm, and bring supplies for a couple more of those for folks.
Okay. So now, because you did burn your virtue, those 5 1s you re-rolled,
Yeah.
go ahead and re-roll those for me. Let's see if you don't get 5 1s again.
I did not get 5 1s again, but I did not get any 6s.
Okay.
So
did you get any 1s?
No, not this time. Okay.
So that means you saved 5 dice for your party. Good job. So you're able to get up there. You find, these drapes, this rope. Thankfully, nobody else had thought to climb the rickety ladder, or all this would have probably been burned weeks ago.
Lucky us. Ooh.
So, is there anything else you would like to do before y'all leave? Jackie, how's that van coming along?
Yeah, managed not to swallow any gasoline, which is always good. And I think I've got all the gas out of the station wagon's tank that I'm going to get.
Okay.
I guess I'll probably go take the tire iron out of the back of the station wagon too, just to keep it with us. It's something heavy.
So, one thing that Georgie, when you're digging through the pockets of this jacket you found in the preacher's office, you do see an old tape recorder. You're not sure how long it's been there. When you look at it, you do see that it is about halfway played through. What would you like to do with it?
I rewinded a bit and I want to play.
Okay. So when you hit the rewind button, like I said, it's old. It sticks. So it takes it a minute. It rewinds all the way until it finally pops out with a click. And when you hit play, this is what you hear.
Name's Sam. I've been a bit of a vagabond here and there. Couldn't seem to find the right place to call home. Well, shit, I was forced to stay here. Thought I was gonna call this home, but I guess I'm moving one more time. My past hasn't been great.
Tyler, we can't hear it.
Would like to make up for a couple of things. So you know what? I think the power's dying. We're almost out of equipment, out of provisions. We are hanging on by a thread here. There's a little hope at Fort Victor, apparently. I don't know, it might be a dead end. Just like this, it might be okay for a little while and then continue. But you know what? Even if it isn't, maybe we can figure out, the group, me, figure out what the hell's going on out there. Maybe I can give them a piece of my mind before I go out. That sounds like a good plan. Yeah. Good luck to you, whoever's hearing this. Sam out.
My name is Grace. It sounds like I'm a lot like Sam in the fact that I really haven't ever had a home. I wasn't anticipating here being home, but it was a stop in the right direction. And then everything happened. Everything went dark. I won't forget that. There aren't any stars out at night right now. Not that we can really go out at night. I just hope I can save as many people as I can if there's anyone still out there. I can't let anyone suffer like I saw the others. I can't let it happen again. If someone hears this, just know. I just want to see the stars again.
Which button is it? Shit. Hi, Lydia. I went to college a few miles down the road. I'm not entirely sure where we are, but it wasn't that long ago when I was going to class and planning a graduation party. We thought when all the lights went out it was a joke, a prank. Kind of wish it was. If you're hearing this, we're about to head out to Fort Victor. We think there's more hope there, better chance. And if by some miracle you are listening to this and Josie, come find me there. I'm still looking for you. I wish we hadn't gotten separated. I wish our last conversation had maybe been a little more pleasant. But I'll see you soon. I love you. Okay, bye.
My name's Libby. Up until recently, I could say I lived a decent life. Stayed out of trouble for the most part, like anybody does. But, in all my time on this earth, I never thought I would see something like this. Hell, I never thought I'd live through something like this. I might not still. It's a little morbid, isn't it? But in everything, I guess you could say, it's worth it to try to keep pushing forward. If you're listening to this, you can follow us. I'm sure there's hope there. Not afraid to die. But since all of this, I feel like a little kid. I am afraid of the dark. But we'll keep to the light. Hopefully we'll find that hope. And so will you.
This is Yasmina Bloof. I have to believe that somebody else is going to find this. The lights have gone out. And nothing seems to return from the shadows. And so we're going to keep moving towards the light. They're all going out. But I have to believe this is temporary. This is this is not how it ends. So, if you find this, know that you're not alone. There are others out here, and we are going to get out. And Jesse, honey, I'm going to get them out. And recording.
Good. You found the recorder. Julia. Kids. Change of plans. I'm coming to you. I figure it's easier for one person to move than three. So we'll be together pretty soon. Just a little bit longer than we expected. So Chase, just be a little brave for me, okay? Just a little bit longer. Erica, look after your brother. Don't give your mom such a hard time. I am so proud of you both. I love you. Julia, this next part's just for you. I don't even know if you're still coming, or even alive, but on the off chance you are, Julia, don't come to the warehouse. It's gone. Some punks came by and they burned it up. If I had just been more kind, more patient, more like you, I don't think they would have burned it down. I think you know what this means. I can't fight them. I can't run. Not without light. I'm sorry. For everything. No matter what happens. I love you and the kids. Goodbye.
And then you hear static before it goes quiet. Georgie, if you would have brought that out. Joe, you're familiar with a couple of the things that were heard on that tape. You know exactly where the fort is. You know it's probably 5 miles in the direction you're going through the woods. You know that some of the groups that had been coming through talked about a town with a burned down warehouse store. Because when they went through, they were looking for batteries, gas, trying to find something to keep the fire going. And every vehicle within 2 miles of that burned out husk of a store, the batteries were gone. There wasn't a drop of gas anywhere. So what would you like to do, Georgie?
What if it takes them out to the others? Who do I see first?
It would probably be me. I'm still inside the church.
I go to Joe and I say, I found last testimonies. People, they were going to the fort. Someone was burned out of their building. And they left this to be found, so I found it. I don't know whether we should take it with or we should record it and leave it here to say where we went if anybody else comes through.
Well, by now we know that the fort's all ready. I don't think we want to go that way.
I don't think they need it.
So maybe we should make our own recordings. Let people know where we went.
Do you know the directions you want to start?
Yeah, I know where we're going, so
You start. I'll get the others. You can start.
Okay.
So, Liz or Joe, you're going to start?
Yeah, I'll take the recorder.
Okay.
God, what do you even say in a moment like this? My name is Jolene, named after the song, because of course I was. And everybody calls me Joe. I have always lived in this town, and it honestly doesn't seem like much has changed since the lights went out, because it's always been dark to me. But that's not important now. And I think I'm honestly just recording this because I don't want people to forget that I was here. Mom, if you get this, I'm coming for you. I'm going to find you. And then we're going to get out of here. We're going to make it. I believe we're going to make it. I love you, and I'll see you soon. And I click off the recorder and wait for everyone else to come back inside.
Who's next?
I told everyone else what we were doing.
So I'll pass the recorder back to Georgie.
Okay.
And go stand outside in the snow.
I take the recorder and I go off to
1 second.
I think I'm honestly just recording this because I don't want people. I'm going to find you. And then we're going to get out of here.
Okay.
I go off to a corner away and I push record. My name is Georgiana Abeloec, and I'm a student here for pharmacology, and I work in town, and I'm not supposed to be here. My whole family helped send me here so I could get my schooling and I could get my degree and I could go home. And the lights have gone out and everyone is scared and I can't understand why I'm here. I don't know what's happened to my family and they're far away. Nothing's working. I have no idea what's happened to them. I'm the only one that's left here and I want to go home. Mikhail, I don't know how you will ever find this. I don't think you ever will. But I was going to come home. I just want to come home. And I shut it off and I go back and I hand it to whomever is going to take it.
Who's next?
I'll take it from Georgie. And
Jackie's still wiping his hands off. I'll be right back.
hand Georgie the little shawl she made. She's just tuck that in underneath the coat, extra warm. And Molly takes the recorder and turns it on. This is It's Molly Anna, or Miss Molly, or Miss Malls, to any of you kids who might hear this. We're about to head out to the mall, and hopefully some of y'all are waiting there for us. And if you're not, hopefully you can follow our footsteps and meet us there. Just want to remind you to always keep a song in your heart and know that God will be on your side no matter what. There ain't no lights outside, but there's always a light in us. Just keep holding on to that. And Ruthie, baby, if you get this, I hope you're listening to your daddy. And I'll see you soon. She turns it off. She turns over to Jackie and she says, "It's your turn. Just say what needs to be said."
Yeah. Man, I've worked a lot of third shifts, but it's never been darkness like this. Never expected that my last ride out of the depot would wind up like this either. I guess all the guys back at the shop and everybody, I don't know who would ever find this, but I hope that we'll run into each other again someday. We heard on the radio that there's survivors at the mall nearby. One of the folks I'm with knows about it, and we're gonna see if we can't get that way. I've got the van, so we're gonna head out that way. And whoever finds this, I guess best of luck to you. Never know how to finish these things.
So, Jackie, when you get done making your recording, where do you leave the recorder? Do you take it with you?
Have we chopped up the pulpit for firewood yet, or is it still there?
The actual podium there, for the most part, is gone. Like they knocked all the wood off of it.
Mm-hmm.
So you've basically got the 4 faux brass poles running from the floor to where they had thought it was fancy to have the corners in brass and then a brass top with a scripture etched on the lip of it to shine out.
Yeah, I think Jackie will just leave it up on the top there, whatever little ledge is left of the pulpit. I'll just set it down.
Okay. So you've left your mark. To your knowledge, the van is gassed up as well as it can be. What would you like to do? It's probably noon, Christmas Day. The sky is dark. Everything's gray, overcast, very quiet. And it's about 25 miles to the mall.
Does the snow actually look white?
You imagine if it wasn't overcast and cloudy and just gross, it would be pristine white. It's more a dull grayish white. And then where people have walked to the church, of course, it's muddied and broken down. You can see where the group 3 or 4 days ago waded through probably knee-deep snow to get out.
When everyone comes out of the church, Joe will put out her hand and I know where we're going, so I guess it would be best maybe if I drove.
I'll toss Joe the keys. Sure thing.
Hopefully I will catch them.
Make a roll. No.
Tried to make it a nice, easy underhand.
A moment of normalcy at the end of the world. Love it.
Yeah.
Well, I can sit up in front with you.
Of course. So I guess we'll get in and try to start the vehicle.
Joe?
Yes.
What's the next card in your pile?
It is my moment.
It is your moment.
It is.
And tell us, Joe, what is your moment?
That I will find hope behind the wheel of a vehicle whose engine actually starts.
Okay. So this vehicle has been sitting probably a month.
Yep.
So what I want you to do for me is go ahead and roll for me. Let's see if this vehicle starts for you. Let's see if you get that spark of hope. It's full of gas. Jackie looks like the kind of guy that takes care of his property. Regular oil changes. Fresh battery every 5 years.
And it's still 8 dice, right?
It's still 8 dice.
Okay. 2 6s and no 1s.
So tell us what happens, Joe, when you put the keys in the ignition.
My hands are shaking and I drop the keys because, of course, right into the wheel well. So I lean down and, it's a van. The steering wheel is massive and I'm like, what? Where is the... And finally get the key in there and take a moment. And as my hands are actually shaking and turn the key and it just roars to life. Just that sweet, sweet sound in the oppressive silence of the engine turning over.
Congratulations.
It's a great relief, yes.
Better than the Chevy I had last.
Go ahead and burn your moment. Add 1 hope dice. Remember that dice succeeds on a 5 and 6. And the only way that piece of hope can be taken from you is if you fell and succumb to your brink.
Hope die. Not that you can see the color, but it's lime green.
From where you are, you're gonna have to go by the fort. Through the woods, hang a left, cross a bridge to get to town, and then from town, it is another 20 miles to the next city where the mall is. You've driven this. Molly's driven this route from town. What would y'all like to do? You're in a van. The engine's running.
Let's go.
Jackie, does your van have a radio?
Yeah, it does, with a cassette deck.
What's in the cassette deck?
It's a good question. It's probably traditional Irish folk tunes. Really out of place in this environment. Just the fiddles and everything.
Great.
Perfect. Absolutely
Just
perfect.
what we need.
So as the van roars to life, you hear the radio kick on, and traditional Irish folk tunes fill the air. Just you hear Lord of the Dance going.
Molly busts out laughing. This is great. Not my cup of tea, but I'll take it.
Yeah, all the guys at the yard used to make fun of me, but need a little bit of cheerfulness.
It is very upbeat.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So you start driving.
Yep.
It's been a while since these roads have been traveled on vehicle. I mean, you're not even sure if you're on the road when you're on the road. The only way you can tell you're not is the steering wheel jerks harder. I'm assuming you're probably driving pretty carefully. Okay.
Yeah, I would say definitely under the posted speed limit. Not that it makes a difference anymore. But definitely taking it more slowly than usual, just to be on the safe side.
So tell me, when you got in the vehicle, did you cut the lights on?
If it's overcast, I probably would not have put the lights on. If it's still light enough to see by, probably would not have put the lights on. And now I have a regret. Great. Awesome.
I flip down the top and I open up the little mirror that lights up and I'm wiping at my eyes. The light is very bright and bounces off the glass.
Going slowly, it probably takes you 20-25 minutes to get to the tree line of where it goes from the little area this church had been built in back into the wooded woods. As you cross in, the light fades fairly quickly from overcast to just barely being able to see.
Yeah, once we pass that tree line, then the lights come on. Definitely.
In that moment, before you reach out and pull the switch, y'all hear a whisper. It's just in your head. Molly, you hear your sister's voice. Where are you, Molly? Where are you? Georgie, you hear the sound of a friend laughing. Look, Georgie, I've got a bunch of them. They're in the jar. Joe. You hear a voice. God, look at this sunset or the sunrise. Have you ever seen colors like that? And then Jackie. You hear your old boss. Congratulations. Been here 10 years. How's it feel to be a foreman? And as soon as that light cuts on, the whisper stops. All you hear is the sound of the tires crunching through the snow, the low rumble of the engine, and each other. What would you like to do?
keep my eyes on the road and keep driving. I don't want to stop for anything until we have to.
Okay.
Molly leans forward and cranks up that Irish folk music.
Jackie's probably just trying to look out the windshield just out of curiosity, just to see where we're headed, and he's probably just got 2 of the keys on his big key ring from work, and he's just kind of rubbing them together to keep his hands busy. Not that I'll ever use those keys again, probably.
George is just watching the world blur as we drive.
So Liz, Joe, you're driving in dangerous conditions. It's icy. Go ahead, give me a conflict roll. Let's see just how careful you're driving.
One 6, 2 1s, one of which was on my hope die.
Okay. So the good thing is you don't lose your hope die, but you do lose the other die.
Yeah.
You
I guess
continue
not.
driving. Because you are driving carefully, when you hit the patch of black ice that's under the snow, you don't wipe out. You keep going. You're successful. You know, you feel the end of the back end of the van get a little squirrely, but
Hold on, everybody. Ooh.
But crashing my van now.
Well.
The oh shit part.
The dad handle when you learn to drive.
Somewhere in the distance as you're driving, for lack of a better description, it's the crack of a gunshot. It's not a gun shot, but it is that loud. You know, it's winter. You're in the woods, snow and ice. But it echoes.
Probably recognize that as the sound of a tree falling, being covered in ice for so long.
Driving along, it's probably been another 45 minutes. You're coming up onto where you know the fort should be. You know that from what some of the others have said, there's a wrecked vehicle in front of the fort.
Do we know if they mentioned anything about it blocking the road, or if it's just...
You're not sure. It was more of a passing conversation. You had never planned on going out on an excursion.
Right.
You know, you were trying to stay safe, stay in the light, stay warm. All you know is that somebody had mentioned a truck in front of the road. Truck fort is what you remember.
Got it. Well, I guess we'll see when we get there. Hopefully it's not going to be in the way. And if it is, hopefully we can move it.
Where?
Near the fort. Someone mentioned that there was a truck in the road or wrecked out in front of the fort.
Rad.
It was a couple weeks ago, though. A passing conversation. I don't think any of us thought we were going to end up out here like this.
No.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting a traffic jam, but I guess we'll see when we get to it, and we'll figure it out. The van's not the best at off-roading, but we'll figure it out.
I almost forgot what it was like to sit in traffic for a whole hour after school's let out. I almost miss it. Almost.
So,
Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't ridden in the back of a van for quite a while. Last time, probably lunch break from the rail yard.
You get sick in the back seat.
No, I do pretty good. Rocking back and forth on trains, you get a pretty good stomach for that.
So, Joe, as you're driving along, you see motion from the left side of the road. I need a conflict roll from you as a small herd of deer comes walking out. It's been long enough for them to have
There's 1 6 and 2 1s.
Okay. So were any of those ones your hope dice?
No, sir.
Okay. So how many dice are you down to now?
6,
6.
including my hope die.
So everybody else
so
has
5.
5.
Yes.
So tell me how you avoid crashing.
Gosh, slamming on your brakes in the snow is a real bad plan, but I don't have a better one. So I pump the brakes and try to take in the surround. We're still in the woods. If there is a side of the road that actually has like I don't want to say like a ditch, but a curve that goes up an embankment. There we go.
Yep.
I would probably lean more toward that side as opposed to a side that has a downward slope, to try to kind of get us off the road, but not tipped. Yikes.
Out. Oh my God.
Oof.
Okay, so deer, great. Fantastic. Wildlife, reclaiming. Wonderful. This is fine. Is anybody hurt? Are we all okay?
No, just startled.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Is the car okay?
How did we end up in the ditch?
Embankment.
In the embankment, I guess. Yes.
So the embankments through here aren't that high.
Okay.
They're it's 6 to 8 inches, so it was enough to get you up and slowed down without hitting a tree.
Good.
Or any of the Bambis walking by.
Well,
Who
them or us, honestly.
who scattered because of the noise. But from where you are, the van's still running. You do see the chain link fence to the right. You know you are very close to the fort.
I guess we'll try to get ourselves off of the embankment and back onto the road a little bit more slowly, so we can have a little more reaction time in case some bunnies decide that they want to cross the road as well.
So much sass. So how are you gonna get the van back on the road?
Well, if it's just like tilted up on one side just a little bit, hopefully everything is still touching the ground on all 4 points of the wheels. So I'm hoping it's just going to be a little bit just like, oh gosh, okay, get it back onto the road, as opposed to folks having to get out and push.
So, because you were successful, is it on all 4 wheels?
Yes. Yes, it is. I will take that. Thank you.
So you managed to get back on the road. Continue on your way. And after probably another 45 minutes, you come to a left-hand turn. Or you see the left-hand turn. You see the break in the fence with the guardhouse. Piles of snow. What do you do?
Do we see the truck or a truck or anything there?
You see a truck to the left-hand side of the road. Crashed into a tree. Can't really see anything below the top of the wheel well because the snow.
Right.
But
can I tell if it's blocking the road from where we are?
You can tell that the back end of it's probably poked down in the road.
Okay.
How far? It's hard to tell.
Okay. Well, since we know that the fort is a non-starter, I guess I'd swing the vehicle around the van around to the left and get the lights on the road and see just how far that truck is gonna make a problem for us.
Okay. So you go to swing the truck around. Go ahead and make a conflict roll for me.
Oh gosh.
We're going to see if you notice the barricade that was in the middle of the road.
Oh, cool.
In front of the gatehouse.
Oh, great.
Cool.
Cool.
1, 6, and 0 ones.
Man, Liz,
Oh,
it's
and a
killing-
5 on my hope die.
Yes.
So you do see the barricade, the top of it. You see the spray painted orange where they would have hooked it with the forklift to bring it out.
Mm-hmm.
So you miss it. You're able to swing the van around.
That just jumped out of nowhere, but
Good looking
okay.
out, Joe.
You're already ready from the deer. You were just ready for something
Yeah,
to pop
just-
out. It was just a barricade this time.
Heightened senses, just
Yes.
ready to go.
Glad we had you driving. When we get to the mall, I might have to hire you for a chauffeur. Wow.
Let's go to the mall.
Hopefully, we'll need chauffeurs when this is all said and done.
So get the van swung. The lights are shining down the forested road. You can see there's probably maybe enough room. But after nearly missing a barricade,
I don't know if I want to, for lack of a better phrasing, I don't know if I want to push it. But so we swing around the corner and I gesture, we stop and I gesture vaguely to the back end of the truck and say, I think it's going to be too tight without going into the ditch. And I don't want to lose this vehicle completely. So I think we're going to have to get out and push the back end of the truck out of the road so we can get by and get onto the bridge and get out of here.
Okay. Good thing I brought a shovel.
Oh, bless.
Little time in the snow is better than putting the van into a ditch and rolling her over. So,
Agreed.
how big of a truck does it look? Is it like a pickup or is it like a big military truck crash?
it is a 6-wheel heavy-duty pickup truck.
Ah, jeez.
Would you like to get out and take a better look at the truck?
Yeah, Jackie will
Yes.
climb her out and take a look.
Okay. You get out, you see that is extremely heavy duty. When you try to open the doors, they're heavy.
God, they have like John Deere stickers all over it.
Oh, no. It's not a redneck truck. This is like military grade hardware.
I see.
I don't want to get out. They're getting out. I'm watching. I want to watch to see if anything, because this is a perfect place to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Make people stop. I'm watching to make sure nothing comes out.
Okay. So, Georgie,
Mm-hmm.
go ahead and give me a conflict roll. See if you see anything.
Well, 5.
5.
One 6 and 1.
Okay.
So I've got. I have my virtue out, but it's just for 1. Did I use it for 1? Go from 4 to 5. No. Okay.
So, as you're watching, everything's quiet. The only movement you see is your friends or your companions. I don't know if you call them friends. But Jackie, you do see that this truck was made for combat. It's bulletproof glass, bulletproof body. The tires are solid. And as you're digging around and rooting, you find a chain wrapped around one of the tires that has caused the vehicle to wreck. And we will be back in just a few moments. I'm going to pause here.
Before we continue, this game is described as a tragic horror game. With this in mind, we would like to provide a general warning of gore, violence, and dark themes. Also, be aware there will be some distorted audio used. While our party has discussed their lines and veils with one another and the GM, we cannot guarantee they are the same as yours. If at all during this game you start to feel uncomfortable or uneasy, we ask you to please discontinue the stream. Your safety and well-being are more important to us than our viewer count. Thank you. And now we return to 10 Candles. Happy Horrordays.
So, welcome back. As a reminder, we are currently raising money for HEAL. They provide access to care, food pantries, sexual education, youth group services to those with AIDS, HIV, drug addiction, and members of the Quillback community. Any donation you can give is greatly appreciated. We currently have a goal of $550, I believe, for which I get a makeover. My wife will make me look very beautiful on stream. And I believe the highest donator for the month will be getting a full body character art commission by Alyssa, who is Morning Junior in the chat and a member of the community. So keep that in mind. All your donations are appreciated. We love you. And now it's time to steal more light from our party members because we left them in the woods in front of a van next to a wrecked military assault vehicle. We're not sure what it is. So, Georgie was still in the van. I believe Joe, Molly, and Jackie said they were going to climb out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
So what would you like to do? You've dug out a little bit. You see this heavy-duty chain tangled in the wheel and around the axle that has the front wheel hard cocked to the right, which kind of gives you the idea of why it veered left into the tree.
Molly's going to the door is open, correct?
To the van?
Yes. No, not the van, the assault vehicle.
Yeah, where Jackie had opened it and was taking a look at it. The door would be open, or one of the doors would be open.
Oh, shoot. Jack, this is gonna sound very silly, but you're a man of mechanics. Do you have a jack in your truck? In the van?
Well, we got the little basic one, although I don't know if we're going to move this thing with it.
No, but maybe getting the chain off might be useful from the tire.
Oh yeah, it is a very good point. Is the chain kind of like blocking the road, or is it just holding the truck back?
So what it looks like is the chain went through the wheel, and the motion of the wheel caused it to wrap around the wheel and then the axle. And as it tightened, it kicked the wheel because it looked like this. You being an engineer on a rail car would know that this vehicle was probably moving fast when it happened, and it was literally a freak accident.
Excuse me.
Don't take the key.
No, we would have left the vehicle running.
Does it really look like the van won't fit?
No, it probably won't fit unless we move this truck at least a little bit out of the road.
You're not with me. I'm by myself in the van.
Oh, you're just talking to yourself. I thought you were talking to us. Sorry.
So Georgie, are you're gonna move up to where you can actually get a good look at this?
No, I'm just wondering if I'll get into the driver's seat.
From where you are,
Mm-hmm.
It could possibly maybe fit. It's very tight. You can't tell what's under the snow. You don't know how far the road goes over to the left, but you can tell that very carefully it might make it easily past this truck. Very carefully.
And what is on the both sides? You have the truck on one side. What's on the other side?
Woods.
I'm looking at my version.
Okay. And what is your virtue?
Craft.
Okay. So what are you wanting to do?
Just trying to think creatively about how to get us out.
Okay. While Georgie's thinking about that, Jackie, what are you doing?
At this point, Jackie's probably going to poke around and see if there's a winch or any kind of thing like that on the truck. Maybe we can get the truck to kind of shimmy itself out of the way. Or, I mean, if Jackie's sitting in the cab, we might just look for the ignition button. Just out of optimism, just poke it and see if it starts. I doubt it, but...
So you poke it, it doesn't fire off. It's been sitting here for quite a long time. But if you want to go ahead, if you want to look around, see if you can find a winch or something like that, some tie downs.
Yeah, I'll start climbing around on the outside of the truck and look if there's toolboxes or compartments.
Go ahead and give me a conflict roll. I believe y'all are down to 5? 4.
Correct.
4.
Oh.
I got 1 6 and 2 1s.
Okay, so unless you have a vice, a virtue, or your moment on top, and can use those or want to use one of those, you do tell me what you find, but you do lose 2 dice, which takes you down to 2 for your next roll.
Yeah. My vice is on top. I think I'm going to burn it. My vice is indecisive.
Okay.
So Jackie's probably going to find a bunch of heavy-duty ratchet straps, which are kind of a manual winch sort of thing.
Right.
Probably also a hand winch, like a small one. And then probably also on the front of the military truck is a big powered winch that looks like it'd be meant for pulling this thing out of the mud. And so Jackie's going to stand there scratching his head, wondering, well, if we take the battery out of the van for a bit, we can move it and put it back. So He finds some stuff, but then forgets to actually do anything with it.
Okay. So go ahead and burn your vice for me, and re-roll those 2 ones.
Who's that? Three and a 6.
Okay, so you still have 4 dice for your next attempt. So, the rest of you see Jackie standing there with a pile
Winches
of,
over his arms and stuff, scratching his head.
looking back and forth between the van and the front of the military truck at the big winch there. It's almost like he's stuck in a loop of truck, van, arms. Truck, van, arms.
Jackie, I don't mean to be.
Huh?
Do you have any thoughts about which one is gonna be the most helpful?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So Jackie will explain to the group the idea of we could try to power the big winch, or we could try to use the small winches and straps to see if we can move it. I think the big winch on the front would be, it's meant to move this vehicle, although we'd have to hook it to the battery out of the van, and then we don't want to drain that. The little things we can give a shot, but best case we move the truck, likely case it doesn't move it, worst case they snap or a tree branch hits us. So that's what I'm thinking.
I mean, I really think worst case would be we make the move with the battery and somehow lose it.
Yeah, well, unless the winch hits you. I won't get into it, but yeah, so not great options.
Well, we don't really want to exhaust our battery before we can get to the mall. You know, we're trying to take this nice and steady. So maybe one of the there was the mechanical wrench and the hand wrench.
Yeah,
well.
we could try the hand ones.
Well, let's give it a shot.
Let's save the
Alright.
battery for dire situations.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'll start taking the winches and straps off me and kind of hand them out to folks, and I guess Jackie will pick out some likely looking trees and see if we can get some leverage to scoot the back end of the truck out of the road a little bit.
Okay.
Stop
When
your
I
feet,
see
pat
that-
hands.
That is when I would get out of the van, when I see him trying to take the trees.
Okay.
Everything okay, Georgie?
Yeah, just trying to keep a lookout, but if you're trying to get out of snow, that's something I know how to do. I don't know about training, but I can get out of a snow. So I'll help
Well-
you with the wood. It gives it some traction. You can winch it. You can also use it as a lever.
Oh, good thinking. Yeah, really good thinking. I hadn't thought of that even.
So let's go.
So,
Molly also will real quick take the shovel that she took out and just go real quick around the tires, like pretty much like moving the snow so that the tires want to go
Right.
in the direction
okay.
that we want.
Good thinking.
Joe, what are you doing?
Trying to figure out how one of these winches works.
Okay.
Not exactly well versed in mechanical things, unfortunately.
Not a winch?
No, not a winch. Nope.
So Jackie is going to try to look at some trees. Georgie, where are you at?
I'm going with you to try and get the tree so we can bring it over. and
Okay.
put, for the tires to grab on.
Okay. Molly, you said you're beside the truck?
Yes.
Joe, you were standing looking at a winch.
Probably near Molly.
Okay. So, Jackie, Georgie, as you step out of the van light to step into the woods to find the tree, you hear a whisper again. You hear Jackie in your head. We can give it to you. Big, nice farm. Easy days. Rocker on a porch. All you have to do is come with us. Georgie, you can save lives. You can be a doctor. Just walk further into the woods. We can give you everything you want. And these whispers, keep going.
I dropped the tree.
Probably lose hold of the winch.
Come. It's nice here. It's everything you want. What would you like to do?
Genuinely don't know. Sure sounds a lot warmer than standing here in the snow trying to move a 6-ton truck. But it doesn't look too warm out in those woods.
Jackie, it's summer here. The fireflies are glowing. The birds are singing. Just come to us. Walk further into the woods.
This doesn't sound right. I've hooked up ratchet straps like this hundreds of times, at least once a week, to move stuff around the stockyard. And the cold is soaking through my pants, and sure doesn't feel like summertime. I'm going to try to put these thoughts out of my head because they're just distracting me, whatever's going on. I mean, sure, that's the goal, to have the farm and the fireflies and all that, but knee deep in the snow right now. Got to try to stay focused and get a hold of the winch again, find the handle.
Are you staying in the darkness? Out of the light?
Yeah, once the strap is secure where I want it, I'm probably going to keep my hand on it and try to shove my way through the snow back towards the truck, towards the headlights.
Okay. As soon as you step into the light, the voices stop. Georgie, what are you doing?
I'm watching him drag the tree.
Don't you want to be Dr. Georgie Burrich? Save lives?
I want to go home.
To go catch the fireflies again?
I want to go home. I want to go home.
We can take you home, Georgie. Just come with us.
You're a liar.
Oh. And that is where this scene ends, because we have lost candles. Not one, but two, apparently. So, as the scene ends, Jackie gets the ratchets attached to the truck. And through sheer effort as a group, you're able to move that truck out of the way. But by the time you're done, you're soaked through to the bone in cold, damp clothing. Luckily, you didn't take the battery out of the van, because at least now when you climb back inside, it's relatively warm and toasty. So at this point of the game, our party members gets to speak a truth. Any truth for their character that can affect the story. Also, they are down to 8 dice in their pool. Jo still has her hope dice. And I will start the truths. When you get to the bridge, it will be intact. Jackie.
Even after all that time and leaving the van running, we've still got 3/4 a tank of gas.
Okay. Jo.
Sorry. There is a container of salt in the back of the van.
Georgie.
As long as we speak to each other, I cannot hear the whispers.
Molly.
Trying to get some warmth back in the bones and feel a lump in one of my inside pockets. And I find a old pack of cigarettes and a lighter. I was trying to quit.
There will be another test before you get to the store. And John, Jackie, our last truth. This is one that everyone says. We are all still alive.
We are alive.
We are still alive.
Still alive.
So you get the van out of the truck out of the way. And you're able to get the van by and continue down the road. It's about a mile before you get to the bridge. Jo, you know this. There was rumor that something had happened at the bridge. You're not sure what, but you know that people had said it's hard to get past the bridge. You make it down the road very carefully, watching for deers, and you get to the bridge. And on both ends, you see what appears to be a blockade of vehicles that had been kicked up over.
Great.
And off to one side, you see another car nose down in the water, where it looks like somebody had driven off.
So the bridge is completely impassable by vehicle.
From where you are, it looks that way. But all the vehicles are four tires on the ground. But it looks like people had just driven them and parked them, or pushed them. You're not sure.
It looks like a purposeful barrier. It's not like they just
Right.
stopped.
Yeah, because it's both ends. So if the bridge is running this way, cars.
Mhm.
I don't know about anybody else, but I've seen enough action movies for this to make me nervous.
There's no other way around the river.
We'd have to go 30 miles upriver to get to the next bridge. We don't have time. We don't have enough gas.
It's just like an ambush out of an old Western.
Exactly.
Or they're getting outside. But we don't see anything moving in the headlights.
No, there's nothing moving in the headlights. And once you clear the trees, it's still overcast. There's shadows from the little bit of natural lighting, but no movement. The faint little flurries of snow as the wind blows dancing across the murky white expanse ahead of you.
And these are just normal, regular cars. Right?
Yeah, it's like a Ford pickup truck, a Chevy Crown Vic, a Kia Sorento, just normal everyday cars.
And they're only blocking the front of the bridge. They're not sitting on the bridge.
No, it looks like somebody had taken and driven down the bridge and did a hard left, so it's blocking a lane of traffic, and then drove another car and took a hard right.
So, hear me out. What do we think about just gently nudging these vehicles with the front of the van? Just right at the point where they come together, just kind of through there. It's probably not the best idea I've had all day, but...
Can we put them in neutral or...
That's what I was thinking. Like,
Yeah, we could try to. I mean, we can. It's not a bad idea. We can see if we can move the cars, or at least, get them out of gear, so it'll make it easier.
So this is what I
Pushing them's not a bad idea.
Go check, but you should stay. Someone should stay behind the wheel if we need to anyone else.
Okay.
Good idea.
well, I'll go with you, Georgie. Best to stay in groups. Unless this is a trap, Lord knows.
You're already in the driver's seat, Joe. You want to sit tight? We'll go check it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure thing. Don't leave without us.
I would never do that.
Molly takes her shovel again.
Okay, Jackie's gonna bring the tire iron.
Yeah, like it's maybe to move snow, maybe to move a hooligan. We will see.
Flat.
I go to the car and see if it's first to approach it very slowly.
Okay. As you're approaching, the only sound you hear is the three of you's footstep in the snow, that crunch, 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 the wind blowing, and a very faint trickling of water.
All right. Go to one of that front car then and see if the door's open.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a conflict, Molly.
I don't like that.
Is the door open or isn't it? Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
3 6s and no
Nice.
ones.
Fantastic.
Awesome. So what do you find when you try the handle, Molly?
The door is open and comes off with a creak and a little bit of frost kind of sticking on it, but it does come up. And nothing has been tampered with besides the fact that it's in park and the brake is up.
Okay. So what would you like to do?
Molly's gonna just go in and she pokes her head back out. It's in park. Like, I can take the brake down, but putting it in neutral is going to be hard without the key.
Back up to the mat and pop the trunk.
All right.
In the glove compartment. Look.
Yeah, Molly pops the trunk and then begins, like, pulling down the viewers and then pulling out the glove compartment, trying to find any keys.
When you get to the ashtray and you go to pull it, you hear the sound of metal on metal, that there's something in the ashtray. And when you get it all the way out and you look, there's a small ring of keys in it.
Praise Jesus. Puts the keys in the ignition and tries to start the car.
Nothing. Car's dead. But you do have the keys now, which means you could put it in neutral.
She turns it and pulls the brake down, pulls it into neutral, and she comes out. She says, "All right, one car. Let's get to the next one."
Anything in the trunk?
We'll see. Pops the trunk.
Are you looking in the trunk, Georgie? Roll me a conflict. Let's see if you found anything.
How many dice?
I believe Molly said that she had 0.
Yeah, we saw 8.
So you have 8.
One, 2 6s, 1 1.
Okay. So with your 6s, what do you find in the trunk, Georgie?
There's a gas. Okay. Little red gas for emergencies. There's the spare tire. There's the jack. There's some clothes that are stuffed in, and I grab all those. There's a bag that looks like a gym bag. It has water and some power bars and changes of clothes. There's a tire iron for the caps. Not much else. Mostly I want the clothes and the gasoline.
Okay. So you found clothes, gasoline. I mean, it's a variety of clothes: jeans, t-shirts, long sleeve shirts, sweatpants.
A set of dress clothes.
No jean, water bottles, and a gym bag.
Yep. So do you take those back to the van?
Yeah, no, I would make a pile, but now we know we can push this car. If we push the car out of the way, is that enough room to get the van out, or do we have to do the other car?
Yeah, pushing one car would give enough room for the van to get by. Okay. It's literally the way they've got them done is so one blocks the left lane, one blocks the right lane.
Yeah, so we can push this. We can push this.
Yeah. I can. Either one of us, I don't mind volunteering, can stay in this car to make sure it gets pushed straight instead of straight back into the wall.
I don't want anyone in the car. No?
Or we could push it all together. Someone's got to steer the car so it doesn't, or at least push it into the other lane.
I turn to Jackie. So we've got one. Is that enough?
Yeah, moving one looks like the van will fit. I mean, I can be the one to sit in and steer it if we want. That's fine.
Okay.
Unless somebody else would rather.
No, it's fine. We just got to work together, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Jackie will probably pop the door open and try to stand kind of sideways so we can get one hand on the wheel while actually walking and still pushing on the B pillar of the car
Yep.
without running himself over too badly.
Okay. So Jackie, I am gonna have you roll the conflict for this because
Got the wheel.
you've got the will. You are in a position where if things go bad, you're the one that's gonna potentially get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be what's considered a dire conflict. So keep that in mind.
All right, and we're at 7 dice.
I
think that's right.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, let's roll them.
8 dice. No. Yes. 7.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
We have a 6. We have 1 1.
Okay. So, congratulations. You passed the dire consequence. You did not hurt yourself. Explain to me what happens when y'all while we're pushing this car.
Yeah. So Jackie steadies himself and grabs the wheel and says, "Everybody ready? Heave ho!" When we give a big shove and kind of rock the car up a little bit, and it wants to rock back as it pushes in the snow, and we keep going, and eventually we get enough momentum where it rolls backwards and kind of slides away. We keep pushing on it through the snow until it leaves enough room for the van to pass by on one of the lanes.
Okay. So, Joe, you're sitting in the van. Do you have the interior lights on?
Probably wouldn't. No, not if everybody closed the doors on their way out.
Okay. As you're sitting there watching the other 3 members of your group work on this car, try to get it out of the way, you hear a whisper. Very faint. Aren't you tired of being here, Joe? Wouldn't you like to be far, far away? On a beach. Somewhere new. Big city. Lots of new people. Come with us. We can give you that. We can give you everything you've always wanted. We can let you see the sunrise again.
I look around because the voice has to be coming from somewhere. It doesn't make any sense that it's inside my head. And since I don't find anything immediately within view, at least I assume I don't.
You are in a van with no lights on the inside. I'm sure there are patches of darkness everywhere.
I would reach up and turn on the interior light to see if there was someone hidden away in here playing a joke on me.
The last thing you hear before the light cuts on is, "We don't forget."
You are a monster.
As you reach up and cut the interior light on, you see the car rock out of the way, clearing the bridge. What would you like to do?
Put the car in drive, put the van in drive, and pull up down the road toward the bridge. Nice and slow. Don't want to go too fast. Don't want to slide.
As y'all are, congratulating each other about getting the car out of the way, closing the door, y'all hear the engine of the van kick over, start idling a little bit deeper, a little faster as the crunch of the tires on the snow gets closer to you.
I'm gonna roll down the window. Hop in. Let's go.
Pick up the gasoline and the chicken bag with the clothes stuff in it.
Okay.
Clothes in the car. In the shovel in the car.
Clamber back in.
Okay.
Go, hey, Joey, Georgie found some good stuff in the back of one of the cars.
Yeah? What'd you find?
Sweatpants and power bars.
Water and gasoline.
Gasoline.
We had some,
Great.
something.
That's good news.
Let's
Use
hope-
good news.
Do you keep rolling after everybody gets in?
Yep. We've got more vehicles to take care of on the other side, so better get to them.
The bridge has got snow and ice on it, as a bridge would have. You can make it fairly easy. Whoever tried to block this off did a piss poor job. It's literally 2 cars on each end. It was like they were trying to stop something from coming across. You do see, as you get closer to the far end, that these cars, instead of being nose to nose like the previous cars were, these have been pushed in towards the bridge, like something's already pushed through them.
Mm-hmm.
And you just see black paint down the nose quarter panel.
Was the big truck black? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So they had the same idea I did, apparently. So since it's a massive truck, there's probably enough room for us to squeeze the van through without any trouble.
Yep.
Cool.
As you clear this other end of the bridge, you see a gas station to your right. There's an old beat up sedan out front. 4 doors open, trunk up. The windows are busted out of the gas station. And ahead to the far left, you see the burned down shell of a massive building.
Do you think that was the warehouse from the recording?
Could have been. Looks big enough.
Probably. That's so unfortunate. I know people are desperate for the light, but setting the whole building on fire, it just seems... Well, I guess you had to be in a pretty dark place.
Feels like we're all in a pretty dark place right now.
Not us, though. We got our power bars, and the car is moving, and we got this really great music playing.
I know you're kidding, but I like it. I guess
It's
best we
been
can
a
do
long
is
time since I've heard a song, and I'll take what I can get.
Guess we'll keep rolling.
doesn't look like there'd be much left behind in a place like that for us to try to find, so no sense picking around the ashes.
We keep rolling. I'm assuming moving cautiously still, because you have been.
And I imagine at this point there's probably debris and other such not so nice things scattered through the road.
Yep.
So
The benefit is now that you're out of the woods, you can clearly see where the road is thanks to the light poles that are poked out of the snow on either side. So you have a rough idea of where it's safe to drive, where it's not. However, with need a waist-deep snow pile on the road, God only knows what's under it. You drive probably 10 minutes. And you start seeing buildings getting more frequent. A house, another house. And then you start seeing shop fronts. Bob's Hardware, Jim's Shake Shack. What would you like to do?
Are the Are these shops also like busted in like the gas station?
The front windows are. You're not sure how much they've been looted because y'all are probably creeping by 15, 20 miles an hour. But you can tell that most of them, the front windows, if they've got them, have been busted open. You see occasionally there's a door that has the glass kicked in.
I don't see much benefit to going into any restaurants or food places because by this point anything that was fresh is definitely gone, and anything in a freezer or a refrigerator is definitely gone. And I think we have enough food anyway and water to get us to where we need to go. It's not much farther from here. Maybe another 15 miles. I think as long as the car holds out, as long as we don't get stuck somewhere, we should be fine.
Yeah, here's hoping. Got enough for the ride, but wouldn't want to hoof it.
No.
So as you're driving, you do see one store. Bubba's Pawn Shop, Gun Emporium, that has that lattice work grating over the front window and the bars on the front door. The glass is busted, but the lattice is down and the bars are still intact.
That's a sight.
Dan, do we maybe want to possibly see if there's anything that we can get that no one else could? Something to help us along, or just in case.
Do we have the It's not the crowbar. What is the bar on the winch? Like the jack.
Yeah, we have a
The
tire
tire
iron in the
iron?
truck.
Thank you. Yes, Jesus.
I believe you have two because you had the one that was in the van and the one Georgie
Right.
took out of the other car, along with the sweatpants and all the other stuff.
Maybe there's a back door that's not as heavily reinforced as these front doors, or maybe we can use the tire irons to lever the gate open.
I think it's worth making a pit stop for some stuff that could keep us safe on the road and wherever we wind up getting. Might as well poke around.
I don't want to stop.
It's a fair point too.
But I understand, but going through a ghost town like this, seeing how much it's been looted, just makes me. I mean, we're turning into looters, but I don't want to run into those folks that burned down a warehouse without something. And if worse comes to worse, we could probably trade it and they leave us alone. I don't know.
I agree. I think it's better to be prepared, especially since we don't even know what we're walking into when we get to where we want to be.
George, if you don't feel comfortable, you're more than welcome to stay in the car and keep a lookout if you want.
So you'll holler if anything happens? Okay. So I think I'm going to angle the van so that the headlights are aimed at the front of the store.
Okay.
And get out and get that tire iron action on.
Okay.
Tire iron action.
So describe to me the tire iron action as you gather your 7 dice. 6 dice?
She has 7 because she still has
6.
her
I have 7
Yep.
because I have my hope die.
Your 6 dice and your hope die. Prepare to roll.
Which which one of these industrial gates looks less reinforced and easier to open? Like, do the bars on the door just have like a padlock that I just need to pop, or so same thing with like the grate that's pulled down? Is there just like a
So the door has two padlocks, heavy duty padlocks, top and bottom. When you get out to look at the grate, are you familiar with the movie Clerks?
No. No.
Okay.
Sorry, no.
Seriously, no.
Seriously, no. Sorry.
So basically, there are two embedded locks at the bottom.
Okay.
That look like they hook down.
Oh, okay. All right.
Into bars.
I understand what you're talking about. I have worked retail before.
Yeah. So the pull down, stand on it, turn the lock.
Okay, got it.
So equally fortified.
Hmm.
One does have gum in it.
I think I'm gonna go for the front door. Try to pop the padlocks instead. Or does it have just like the like the little hinged flap with the padlock? Or
so what it looks like is the door has a spot for a iron ring to come through.
Okay.
The padlock is hooked through.
Got it. Okay. All right. Yeah, if the door frame is made of wood as opposed to metal, I'm going to try to get in on that side and kind of up and underneath it and use my weight to push it to pry it away from the door frame.
Okay.
If that makes any sense at all.
So it is reinforced. The door frame is reinforced.
Okay.
The owner of this pawn and gun shop was wanting to make sure his stuff stayed secure, as any of them have been known to do. Go ahead and roll that conflict roll for me.
One 6 and no 1s.
Y'all lucky in the roll.
For real.
So now the fun part is because I do have two D6s. We'll see who takes narrative control. And it would be you, because I got no 6s. So tell me what happens, Joe.
Joe manages to find a spot in the door frame where it's just a little bit of a recess, and she jams the tire iron, the pointy end, up underneath it and just pushes it as hard as I can to pry it away from the door frame. Manages to get the second one off with actual relative ease. It's not quite as difficult as she thought it was going to be. And then just kicks the door open.
Okay. So you now have a dark building with the beams of the truck light in front of you. Georgie, you're alone in the van. Did the party shut the door behind them when they got out?
Yeah, that's too cold.
Yeah.
Too cold. Yeah.
Too cold, and we don't want anything to happen to Georgie.
Yep. So as you're sitting there, Georgie, alone in the van, you hear that voice again. Georgie, won't you join us? We can take you home, help you become a doctor. We can give you everything you want. It's beautiful here. You should see the fireflies.
I look around. Is there anything outside the van? The headlights are forward. I saw them go inside. Is there anything outside?
No. Snow blowing lightly across the top of the snow. You see the occasionally flakes falling through the headlight beam. But you are in a van with all the doors closed. There's bound to be darkness. They look like stars of the evening sky, Georgie. And the whisper changes to that of your friend. Georgie, they're so pretty. Won't you come play with me?
Yeah.
All you have to do, Georgie, is walk out into the darkness. They'll bring you.
I put the car into park, and I step out of the car, and I slam the door.
Okay.
And it's cold. And I pull the coat around, and I go in the front of the car, right in the headlights, and my shadow goes in front of me.
And as soon as you step back into the light, the voices stop. The three of you hear a door slam and the crunch of footsteps.
Georgie, you all right?
I'm back to the doorway, poke my head out. You okay?
Just tired.
Okay. Let's beat feet. Let's go.
So, what was a bright light shining through the doorway now has a shadow blocking part of it, so it's a little less bright inside. What are the three of you doing?
Y'all check around in here for a second. I'm gonna go check on Georgie. Molly goes, walks outside and goes and stands next to Georgie. If you want to finish the scene in the gun shop.
Okay.
Joe is gonna pop around behind the counter and see if there is, specifically would like to see if I can find a really heavy duty mag light.
Okay. So go ahead and roll those dice. Tell me what you find, Joe. Or let's see what I find.
1, 6, and 1, 1.
That's not bad.
So tell me what you found behind the counter, Joe.
Oh, well, there's Maglite, thankfully. And when I click the button, it makes a very satisfying snapping sound, and there is a very bright white light that comes out of it. There's also a package of extra batteries next to it. And as I sweep the light around, the owner of the store has left behind a box full of like party size chip packages underneath the counter. So I grabbed those too. Just tuck them under my shoulder with this giant flashlight and the batteries. And I will take the chips and the extra batteries back out to the van and pass the mag light to Jackie on my way out.
Curious minds Curious minds want to know what variety of chips are we
Doritos.
talking? Oh,
Yep.
And by curious,
Doritos variety pack.
Oh,
We're saved.
We're saved.
It's the nacho cheese. It's gonna make everybody happy.
So Jackie,
Mm-hmm.
you get past this 4D cell battery, basically tire knocker of a Maglite by Jo as she walks out carrying a box under her arm. What are you doing?
Well, I'll sweep the light around the place and see if I can see. I would assume they'd be gun racks in Joe's or Bob's Gun Emporium, whatever it was.
It's Bubba's Pawn and Gun Shop.
That's what it was. Yeah. So I'll look for Bubba's guns.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me that conflict roll.
All right. I think I'm at 5.
That is correct.
Oh boy. All right. I have no 6s and 1.
Candles, can you please extinguish a light for me? As we did not succeed on this. Jackie, as you sweep it around, you figured, hey, it's a gun shop. There's got to be guns. But as you start looking around, there's not a single gun on the wall. All the ammo's gone. You do see a couple of thermal underwear packs, a couple of beanies. You see a couple of funny license plates like ass, gas, or grass, nobody rides for free. Used DVD player, TVs, normal junk you would find in a pawn shop. And a 12-pack of Shasta root beer tucked away under the far side of the register. But nothing of real use. You make your way back out. That was rough not finding anything useful. Everybody climbs back in the van. You continue on.
That's it?
It's the end of the scene.
There's no guns. We searched for guns.
No.
Place was cleaned out.
Looks like they must have come in through the back door.
So now we come to the point where we speak truths again. I'll start. The temptation of the voice is getting stronger. Jackie.
At least our socks dried out in the van and we're not freezing again.
Jo?
I am scared.
Georgie?
Comfort in riding in the car because it's warm and light. But I think I'm starting to crack.
Molly?
Molly went outside to check on Georgie and took her hand. Didn't say anything. Just gave her comfort.
The radio eats the tape.
No, it's the worst.
I reiterate, you are a monster.
And the final truth we all say together. It
Yeah.
is dark.
We are alive.
And we are still alive.
We're still alive.
So you're back in the van. It's warm. But hey, you've got Dorito
Oh,
variety
those
packs, Shasta root beer, a whole 12 pack, and a
And
brand new shiny mag light with an extra set of batteries.
Unending silence within the van.
Well, there's always ways you can get around unending silence in a van.
Does anybody want to sing Christmas carols?
I would love to sing Christmas carols. It's been so long. Here, we can sing an easy one that everybody knows.
Does anyone have a moment on top?
This is actually my moment. Someone to sing with.
So, explain to me how this is going to bring not only you hope, but hopefully your friends hope, your companions hope.
I mean, Molly's like, I think all y'all should know this one. Let me know if you don't. It's pretty easy. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and
call him names.
They never let poor
Rudolph
join in the reindeer games.
Molly,
Gosh.
make a roll for me.
I have 7.
You have 7.
These are some really good dice. 3 6s, no 1s.
Perfect.
Hearing not just 1, not 2, but all 3 of your companions join in and sing with you, it does something. It lifts your heart. Everything's gonna be fine. It's gonna be good. And in that moment, everything feels normal as you're driving down the road.
It's a bit of the paper in from the gym bag where you had the schedule of classes. I look out and I fold it into triangles and I tear it all up in little patterns. And I unfold and I give it to Molly. So we have a snowflake.
Oh my God. Oh, thank you. The kids at the preschool used to make them all the time. They were horrendous, and we got glitter everywhere. But they put so much effort into it.
One side of your snowflake, Molly, has bits and pieces of a gym schedule. The other side, however, is just pure white. What the snow outside should be. It makes your heart happy. Everything's gonna be fine.
It's gonna be fine.
And you continue down the road. You see houses. You see a 3-bed big house, medium house. Eventually the houses start to fade. Joe, you know that to get where you're going, you have to get on a big road soon. What would you like to do?
Well, if the roadway looks clear enough, I think we can probably start speeding up if we're going to have to get onto the highway. I think at this point we're ready to be where we want to go. I think we're ready to be off the road and just inside and as safe as we can be again.
So you speed up. Go ahead and give me a conflict roll, because there is still knee to waist high snow on this road.
Yep. 1 6, but 0 1s.
Okay. So tell me how you make it the last mile to the interstate.
Well, luckily, with the way that the road and the houses have been, kind of creates a little bit of a funnel going up the highway. So any of the wind that has come through has kind of cleared a fair amount of the snow, which doesn't say anything for the ice that's likely on the road, but the snow itself is kind of brushed off to one side and is, like angled upward toward the eaves of the houses. So it's actually fairly clear getting to and onto the highway, luckily.
So you see the on-ramp coming up, and it's, an elevated on-ramp, because the interstate does go up an embankment. As you get onto the interstate, you do see the occasional car broke down, pulled over to the side of the road. It's fairly open that you can see, but this is an elevated. There's not houses on the sides of these. What would you like to do?
Well, I guess since it's there's the snow is back, we'll probably have to slow down again and make sure that we don't accidentally hit anything going too fast. So it's probably going to be more like pushing snow out of the way with the van rather than driving through the snow. Wish we could rig a couple of shovels to the front of it and create our own little snow plow, but
Well, you are passing vehicles. Would you like to do anything, or just keep bull hogging through the snow?
Do we see anything that looks like a vehicle, or like, are there any trucks that have plows attached to the front of them?
Make a conflict roll to see if you can find plows.
That is 2 1s, a 6, and a 5 on my hope die.
Okay. So, tell me what you found. Tell me what you see as you're driving down the road, Joe.
The snow is just coming down, and it's making it really hard to, well, maybe you don't. When you're driving through the snow and you've got like the warp speed effect going on, you don't see anything until you're basically right up on it. So it's making it really hard to see anything until we've already passed. And then it's like, well, we've already passed. So, but we do see one truck that looks like it's been just pulled off to the side, as opposed to, damaged. Thank you. I don't know why that word was so challenging all of a sudden. Doesn't look like it's been damaged or anything like that. So we stopped the vehicle, and I explained my plan to my companions. I think if we can get a vehicle that's got a plow, it's going to be a little bit faster for us to get to where we need to be. So I'm going to hop out and check this truck and see if we can find the keys.
I'll hand Jo the mag light as she gets out of the van.
Bless. Thank you.
Okay.
So.
Are you going by yourself, Jo? I'll
Well-
come with you. I'll come with you. Takes one of the tire irons. I don't trust anything right now except for y'all four.
It's fair. It's fair. So
Also, how's the little you gonna like pick up that plow by yourself or?
We'll see. We'll let's we'll hop out of the van and make our way over to this truck and see if the door even opens. Is that another conflict roll to see if the door even opens?
There he is.
These doors are real heavy. Real heavy.
Let's ice and snow.
Yep. That is no sixes, but no ones either.
So, Candle. Can you extinguish for me? So you get to the truck. You tug on the door handle. You feel the button work, but something's not opening. It's like it's stuck. And you reach up and you wipe the snow off the window. And inside you see a body. Eyes open, whited over, and the most enormous smile on its face you've ever seen.
Jo jumps back. I jump back immediately with a scream.
Molly's like, what? Okay. Oh, okay. We don't need the plan.
Nope.
We don't need
No.
the,
Nope.
nope.
No. No. Turn around and get back in the van.
What happened? What
We're
happened?
good?
Nope. Put the car back in drive. Just start going.
We need to make sure we stay warm, stay together. Don't let the cold get to us.
I don't know if it was the cold that did that.
I'm afraid to ask, but what did you see if you want to talk about it?
Well, I don't, but there was a body.
Sorry, I saw that, Jo.
Just kind of grips the wheel tighter.
The next few miles pass relatively easily, well, for the condition. But there is something we need to do because the scene did end. A candle did darken. The first truth, having to bulldoze through the snow. You're down to a quarter tank of gas. Jackie.
Even though it's warm in the van, my hands won't stop shaking.
Joe.
The person in that truck looked very, very happy.
towards you.
We have some more gasoline that should be able to bring us all the way to the mall, if it's where Joe says it is. But the whispers are winning.
Molly.
I ain't never seen a dead body before. And I rightfully don't really want to see another one.
Our final truth. It is dark.
But we
We
are
are still alive.
Still alive.
Drive on. Joe, you see it. Gas is getting low. It's going a lot faster now. It's probably another 10 miles between what's in the van now and what's in the can sloshing around and back. I think you'll be able to make it. You're pretty sure. But that does mean stopping and filling up to get the tank.
Yeah. Yeah, so I look down at the gas gauge and shit. We're gonna have to stop. We gotta put gas in the truck, the van, in the gas tank. So she slow down, pull over to the side. If you want to hand me the gas tank and maybe shine the light back there for me.
Well, Joe, you were just out in the cold, so I've been sitting here in the warm. I can go out and take a turn in the snow, and I can gas it up if you'd rather stay in the warm.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I will pop the lever to open the gas and also roll down the window and kind of hang out with the mag light aimed toward the gas tank.
All right, yeah. Jackie, I'll take the gas can and climb out of the van.
Joe, did you stop near any other vehicles, or did you stop in an open spot?
I'd say we probably stopped in a more open area to avoid any sort of shenanigans with vehicles again.
Okay. Just asking.
Oh yeah, no, totally understand.
So you get out. Snow is about waist deep, Jackie. Don't really have any issues filling up the gas. Takes you a little bit longer because it's cold, you're shivering. But you managed to get through with no issue. Get the whole tank drained to get back in. Unless there's something else you would like to do while you're out there in the snow.
I'll take just a look around, but since there's no other cars nearby, I'm probably not going to try to walk too far away from the van.
Okay.
Especially in waist deep snow.
Okay.
Molly looks around the van. I assume there's probably those like, hi wife, hi cat.
It is the them.
Is
It is the real the them.
yes, the real
no.
them. Those like bungee wrap cords. Molly's gonna grab 2 of those and take the shovel and go to the front of the van. I know it ain't much, but should help push away some of the snow. And she's going to attempt to MacGyver a snow shovel onto the front of the grill of this van.
Okay.
Are you gonna make me roll for it?
I am.
Say,
Georgie, would you like to add something to that chain of thought?
yeah, actually,
Seeing what she's doing?
as soon as I see that she's doing this, I'm looking around and I know that we're not near other cars, but we are on the main road, right?
Yep.
Is there, signs? The
Oh, like exit here signs.
here or whatever, a big sheet of metal.
Yeah, you can see one probably 100 foot up the road,
I get out when I see that she's doing this. I'm like, I think I have a better idea. I see what you're doing, but I think as soon as we go forward, it's going to make no difference. If we can get a piece that's big enough, and we can get, because of where it's going to be attached, there will be the nuts and bolts to hold it. We could use the wraps, and we can put that to bungee cord it to the car. I think we'll have a better chance.
Oh, that's so much more than what I was about to do.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go take down a sign.
Can I do that? Yes.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Because
So,
you have that on top.
okay. So, Georgie.
Yes.
Give me a conflict roll to jerry rig giant snowplow from road sign.
Yes. How many do we have?
6, because nobody has lost any yet.
Two 6s, no 1s.
Okay, give me just a moment. Let me add a dice to mine. Tell me how you do this, Georgie. How you get this giant sign down and.
No, we can do this. This is we have the tire iron. Yeah.
Yep.
We're going to take the tire iron. We're going to use that to undo the bolts that are holding it to the metal rods. There should be 4, and we'll undo those, and we're going to lower it gently so that Molly can hold one side, do it on the other side. We now have a big sheet of metal. We can go back to the front, and she has the bungee cords. We're going to put them through the holes.
Okay.
Try to double it up if we can, going through the front yet.
What we should do. That window scraper that might hold just a little bit. We should put it at an angle like they have it in the actual snow plows.
Mm-hmm.
That way it'll scoop it off. So
we can use also that, or the front of the shovel.
Front of the shovel work too.
That should give it a little bit more.
We can just use both. It's fine to reinforce it.
Yeah. Now we should push it off to one side, hopefully towards the passenger side. That will keep everything clear on the driver's end.
Yep.
As long as it's not too much. I don't know how much it will. The bottom has to curve though. And then I take the cricket bat.
Okay.
I forgot we had that.
I'm going to hit this thing a lot because I am very nervous and very scared. But the sound is going to be very loud.
Sound is going to be very loud.
It's going to be very loud. Unless we can.
If you hit it in the snow, it might muffle it a little bit.
I'm not really listening. I'm smacking this thing a lot. It's nervous. It's a lot of nervous energy.
Okay. So you beat the hell out of that sign.
I kick it a few times.
So you're able to jerry rig a snowplow to the front of the van. The sign, if you to take a moment to read it, says Hope Small, 5 miles ahead.
Like Las Vegas or bus, sort of putting it on the front of the van. It's fitting.
Does kind of feel that way, doesn't it?
Thank you, Georgie. It obviously looked like you needed that, but I'm glad you helped me out.
Molly,
I couldn't hear you.
thank you, Molly, for helping me out.
Anytime.
Jackie's just finished gassing up the van and comes around the front, wiping his hands off, going, "Did you folks just put a cow catcher on my van?" All right.
If we run into any cows, they will be caught. For now, though, it will catch the snow.
This is very locomotive of you. Good thinking.
It was a joint effort.
I know I picked the right people to survive the apocalypse with.
Well, let's get to the surviving part. Let's go.
Let's go.
So, Joe, you now have a van with a giant sheet of metal on the front. Gonna get you to roll a conflict roll for me because it will change how it handles. But let's see if you can get used to it.
1, 6, and 0 ones.
Okay. Ragnar, let go of my hand. I need to roll dice.
No, sir. You keep him occupied.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have 2 6s.
No.
No.
So.
Uh-oh.
Devil took the wheel.
No.
Oh, you want the devil to take the wheel? Sure. Okay.
I'll throw the Bible at it. Not
Um,
today.
It takes you a little bit to get used to it. It kind of wants to pull to the right now because of how they banged it and shifted it. It is doing a fairly good job of getting the snow out of the way. However, it does also throw up more snow into the air in front of you. So you get more of the Star Wars-y effect of the warp speed. You're about a mile out when you hit a big patch of snow and you hear a ripping and tearing. And then a ka-chunk and the sound of grinding metal as the van spits and sputters to a stop.
No.
Ow! I'm sorry.
That's a lie.
Thank you, Ragnar. I'm so sorry.
I try to turn the engine over again.
You should turn the key. You hear the rah, 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 rah.
I don't know anything about vehicles. I don't know.
I do. It's not good.
I think we might be stuck walking.
Well, we got a lot farther, a lot faster than we would have, so look on the bright side. It's not that far to walk.
Yeah, ahead in the distance, you can see a massive, probably 4-story building looming on the horizon.
Okay.
There's still gas in the car?
There should be still gas in the car.
It looks that way, but the engine won't even start now.
Would anyone like to get out and walk around the front of the car and see what happened?
Yeah, I'll get out and look.
No.
Take the flashlight, please.
Yeah, take the mag light.
Although that leaves the rest of us in the van without light.
Is the
Well, you can
headlights
put the dome light on.
Yeah, the battery still works.
No, the headlights didn't go out.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Yeah. Jackie, you don't even have to get around the full front of the van to see what happened. Something caught the blade in the middle of the road and kicked it up and folded it in and caused it to jab into the engine.
Well, times like these, the only thing you can say is, well, there's your problem. So
it knocked the hole in the radiator. You see water pouring out. Belts are cut. The fans broke.
Wow.
It didn't go all the way into the motor though. So like if you had the equipment and the parts, you could fix it. It's just you're in the middle of an interstate. You see a Chrysler sedan ahead. There's an old beat up Ford pickup truck behind, probably 100 feet. But
yeah, Jackie's not decisive, so he's going to walk back over to the van and pop the door open and talk to everybody and say, well, it's bad, not necessarily catastrophic. I could try to fix it, though I don't relish standing in the snow to do it. I could try to fix up another car, or we can just hoof it on foot. Got a hole in the radiator and broke a belt or two, so be a bit of doing to fix it up.
I think it'd probably be faster to walk at this point.
Or check one of the cars.
Well, we're heading that way anyway, so I guess we can take off on foot and check the cars along the way.
We still had gas. We can.
Yeah, siphon it back into the can.
Yeah.
Sure.
And if the lights are still working, the battery should be fine. So, gas and battery.
Yeah, maybe take the battery with us too.
Yeah, we could drop it into another car and see if we can get it going.
Yeah.
All right. I'll go yank the battery out. And so when I do that, the lights will go out. So have that mag light handy.
What was that, Georgie?
We didn't hear you.
We can put the battery in the gym bag.
Ah, yes.
So, Jackie, you're going to try to pull the battery out, siphon gas.
Yeah, I'll ask him to
We turn the car off.
Yeah, shut it off first before I go grabbing the terminals.
Solid plan.
Yeah.
Rev the engine.
Wait, what?
Well, you can rev the engine all you want. It's dead.
No,
So, let's go ahead and give me a conflict roll. Let's see if you are able to get this battery out and siphon out the 2 or 3 gallons of gas that's left in the vehicle.
Still at 6?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Quit.
2 1s, no 6s.
Oh no.
It's like we split the battery with the sign or something.
Candle, please go out. As you're looking, Jackie, the sign didn't really split the battery. It did not deposit a terminal loose. You could tell that if you moved it, it would probably not be usable because it would just come on off. The thing that really sucks though is as you're standing there, you take a big deep of the winter air and the smell of gas hits your nose. You look down and you see that signature golden brown puddle slowly running out from under the van, down the hill and into the ditch. It's cold. It's wet. You're waist deep snow. You do have a shovel and a snow scraper. A couple extra changes of pair of clothes. Everybody's alive. And now we speak truths. One of you will look in the car ahead of you. Jackie.
Jackie's toes are getting numb again.
Joe.
I am starting to lose hope.
And our last truth. We all speak together.
Yep, Georgie and Molly.
Nope, there's only 5 candles. That's 5 truths.
Oh, no. Well,
Wait, you're right. That means Georgie would have a truth. Georgie.
I think we're going to make it to the mall. But I don't think that's the last dead body that this group will see.
And now our last truth. It is dark.
We are
we're all
Still alive.
Still alive.
You gather up everything that's in the van. The box of salt, the container of salt, the gym bag, the clothes, the 2 tire irons, the shovel. What else would y'all like to get? Is there anything else in the van y'all want to take with you? Do you want to take
there's
any of it?
Doritos,
The bat,
That. The mag stick.
the shovel, or no? The mag light. And battery.
Oh, yeah, the mag light.
Do you have any other flashlight in this car? We didn't scavenge.
I don't think we found any others.
Do we have that bottle of whiskey?
Yeah, we do.
Bring the bottle.
Put it in the bag.
Warm ourselves up on the way.
Do you have any plastic bags, like grocery bags?
I don't know, Jackie. Is there grocery bags in your van? Would there be grocery bags in your van?
It's like a bundle of a bunch of them in one bag stuffed under
Or do
a
you use
seat.
them as
Yeah,
trash?
there might be for trash bags, yeah, under the passenger seat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You used to put over your shoes.
Mm-hmm.
A little one. How far?
About a mile.
We can see it from here.
Yep.
And the snow is how deep?
Deep.
Anywhere from knee to waist. Just depends on how the wind's blowing it. You see a sedan ahead of you, a pickup truck behind you, about 100 yards. But you see scattered before you more and more vehicles.
The malls must be littered with them. Parking lot.
Oh.
All right, all of y'all put some plastic bags in your shoes. Put your tie your feet in them. We got sweatpants, another pair of jeans. Here, Jackie, swap. Get in the van, swap out. Put your sweatpants on, then put on your other pants. Just double layer up. If we're walking in waist high, just try to stave off the wet and the cold as long as we can.
Yeah, Jackie will go in and put on dry socks, bundle up, and come back out.
While you're in there, would you have turned the light on?
I guess if it had been on, so probably not now.
No. As you're in the van, you hear the whisper. It's very faint. Jackie, you could have your farm. We could use another foreman here. We could give you everything you want. We could give you everything you've had and more. We can promise you'd never be crushed by a railway car. Don't you want to come live on the farm? Out in the country where you can drink lemonade all day? Just relax. All you gotta do is come out into the darkness with us. We promise. It's nice here.
After Jackie's bundled his feet back up, he's gonna get back out the back of the van and kind of mumble something towards the group about his pickup truck back that way, and he's gonna start trudging through the snow back up the road towards the pickup truck, kind of in the path of the van.
Okay. What are you gonna do when you get to the pickup truck?
I guess I can see if I can get the door open.
Go ahead and roll me that conflict check, sir. You're down to 5.
I got a 6 and I got a 1.
I have no 6s. So tell me what happens when you get to the pickup truck. What do you find? Do you get the door open?
Yeah, Jackie's hands are so cold they've kind of stopped shaking now, and when he yanks the door open, he kind of stumbles. He gets kind of spun around in the snow, and he's looking back towards the van and sees the group over there. And he's gonna try to holler at him. He's not sure what he's saying, but he wants to get their attention. Feels that pickup truck is important.
So y'all
Hey.
It's
hear
over.
Because this was a ways up the road, right?
the pickup truck was behind the van.
Yeah, like a decent ways up, or
No, so like if here's the mall, here's your van.
yeah, well, behind. I mean, but it was
Yeah,
like 100
yeah.
yards from the van.
Yeah, about a football field.
What'd you find? I'm not gonna yell that. I yelled it, but I'm not gonna yell it.
You kind of see Jackie waving his arms stiffly, but can't make out if he's saying anything.
I think if we heard him yelling, we'd walk back that way.
Trudge back through the snow.
Touch back through the snow.
Well, luckily, if you follow the path the van took, it's probably only about yay deep.
Yeah, pretty clear.
But it's still cold.
What do we find?
You see Jackie's sitting there with his breath clouding in front of his face, sitting in the passenger seat, just with his arms around him, kind of staring off into space.
Jackie,
You guys have the mag light with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when the light watches over him, this was a bad idea. Sorry.
It's fine. Have you tried starting the car?
I don't even know if there's keys. Jackie's kind of mumbling through the cold.
Oh, all right.
Well, while we're here, I'm kind of reaching in, looking again on the visor, under the mat, in the ashtray, in the cup holders, seeing if there's keys.
Well, ma'am, you know what I need.
I was going to say, I was going to see if I could start the car without keys.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, well,
Sounds like two separate conflict roles. I'm just not sure.
yeah.
You
So,
go first. See
so
if you
yeah.
can first, so.
That's a 1. And no 6s.
What do you have on the top of your pile, ma'am?
My vice.
What's your vice?
Self-centered.
Well, you do have a 1 you could potentially reroll. But you would have to explain how being self-centered can help you here.
I don't know how to make this one about me. I don't think I can re-roll it. I don't know how to make it about me.
Okay, whoops, that's just offering. Candle, can you go out?
Hands are going up much faster now for some reason.
Weird.
So you're sitting there, you dig, you open the glove box, you put your hand in the ashtray, you check the little pockets on the door, you pull the floor mats out. You even go as far as to make Jackie get out and slide the seat forward and lean it, looking for these keys, and there's nothing there. All you find, old pack of cigarettes that has 2 left in it. Not even a lighter. It's like somebody dropped it and it got kicked back there. This vehicle's just, there's nothing there. It hurts. You're still about a mile in a football field away from Hope Small. The recording playing in your head. We've got food, 5,000 gallons of gas. It's warm. We've got beds. Just gotta make it to Hope Small. What would you like to do? We speak our truths. One of you will stop and look in one of the cars ahead. The temptation will grow. Molly.
I saw only one set of footprints leading up to this truck. But I did not feel the Lord in my presence while I walked it.
Jackie.
Jackie almost doesn't feel the cold anymore. He's just thinking about that warm farm.
And our final truth, it is dark.
We are all still alive.
You're about a mile and a football field away from Hope Small. It's cold. Your breath lingers more so than normal. When you exhale, you get that puff and you can watch it fall all the way to the snow before it dissipates. The wind's picking up. It's getting dark. It's late in the afternoon.
We need to move. If we don't get there soon, we're going to freeze tonight.
Yep. Molly takes the whiskey, pops it open, shoots back a shot, grimaces. Oh, Lord, that's bad. Jackie, she holds it up to you. I need you to feel something if we're going to make it through the snow. Come on.
Never wanted to say no to whiskey. I'll take a slug.
Georgie, Joe, you want to hit before we have to hit the snow?
It actually doesn't warm you up. It just feels that way. It actually is. Makes it closer to hypothermia. But I don't.
I know.
Yeah. Don't care. So, and she'll take a drink and hand it to Joe, wipe off the top.
I don't drink. And I'm not about to start now at the end of the world.
That's very fair.
One of us has to make good decisions, Joe. I don't know why I walked back to that pickup truck.
Well, no harm done.
Just
So-
a little more cold. Just a few more steps. But we can do this.
Let's go.
Let's go.
You start walking. The first 100 yards is easy. Very easy. Snow's not even an inch thick. But as soon as you get to where that van stopped, it's a burden. Each step, having to lift and force your leg through that snow. It's wearing on you.
Go first. Make it into a single file line. And make it easier for the people behind you.
I can do it. I'm a pretty hardy lady. And I got a song I'm gonna sing and make my way through this godforsaken snow. And she starts singing very loudly. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Just plowing through the snow.
If this was D&D, I would give you an inspiration.
Thank you. Thank you, Tyler.
Only could have been worse if you had started singing "You Are My Sunshine."
No. It's not yet. Saving that.
Walking and walking. Molly's voice is ringing out across the snow. But that's all you hear. Your footsteps, Molly singing. The mall's getting slowly closer. And it's getting darker. Clouds are gathering overhead. What'd you like to do? Believe Molly's still up front, trudging along.
We got the flashlight, right?
Yep.
Just keep that shining forward.
Who has the flashlight?
That Joe had the question.
I have the flashlight
Where are you at in the line, Joe?
at the back of the party. So everybody's in the light, except for me.
As the clouds grow, then it gets darker. You hear a whisper. It's much fainter than the last time, because the light is near. But it's there. Joe, just come with us. Big city lights, new people, new places. You won't ever be forgotten here with us. Your mom's here. Your dad. All you have to do is put down the light, come into the darkness.
I look around, kind of sweep the light back and forth. Does the light flash over any cars nearby?
There's a woody station wagon ahead. Snow piled up on the hood, the roof.
I'm gonna look in as we go by.
You see a young woman, eyes widened over, biggest grin ever on her face. In an empty car seat. If you take the time to wipe off one of the back windows, see a couple of toys, little rag doll, wood blocks.
I pull away from the car and bring the light back up on everyone. And if anyone had stopped to turn around and look, I push them away. I don't want anybody else to see that.
As the light leaves you all, you each hear the voice again. Very quiet though. Molly, we know where your sister is. She's here. She's waiting for you.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
She wants to sing Christmas carols.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. I can't hear you.
And then the whisper changes. It's your sister's voice singing along with you.
No. Molly looks around.
It's getting dark. There's long shadows everywhere. You see Joe standing next to a car, the light aimed in. Jackie. You hear your old boss's voice. Boy, man, it sure is pretty here. All these land they've given me. Got me a couple of horses and a dog. Me and the missus get up when we want to, eat breakfast. It's nice, Jackie. You'd like it here.
Sure sounds like working overseas. I feel like I'm too cold to walk anywhere but forward, though.
You always just sit down, Jackie. The darkness will catch you eventually. Then you'll be here with me. We can have a cold beer. Talk about rail cars. Laugh about all those times those green fellers took stuff up wrong. Remember that one time when the boy smashed his thumb, cried like a little girl? We got over there and looked, and all he'd done was split his thumbnail. There's some good times. That's all it is here. Would you come on and join us?
I don't know, boss. Is it my time on the punch clock yet?
And about that time, the light hits you, and this voice has stopped. Georgie, there's so many fireflies. It's gorgeous. They're paying for my school. They told me I could be anything I want. They would help. All you have to do is walk into the darkness. It's just like back home.
Georgie's wrapped in the coat and head bowed into the direction they're going. And her arms are wrapped. And there's just nothing more important than one foot in front of the other going forward. And between this point and the door, the mall door past the parking lot. There's nothing that's going to get between them. It's just one foot in front of the other.
Georgie, they said if you don't come, it's not going to be nice. They said you know what's going to happen. Just come, Georgie. They can keep you safe. And as the light washes over you, the voices stop. What would you like to do?
We have to keep moving. We can't stop.
Don't stop.
Don't stop. It's too cold. Molly keeps moving forward, but her singing isn't as loud as it was before. But she still is.
Jackie, what are you doing?
Jackie's trudging along, thinking about the farm, but also thinking about just getting into the mall. Thinking about his old boss and how he was tough but pretty fair guy. Jackie's thinking to himself, well, I mean, the farm will be there, but I guess I got to put in the overtime now and keep moving. Got to stay on schedule.
Need to verify something.
Verified.
Kendall says yes, so that scene comes to an end. We speak our truths. You will make it safely into the mall. Georgie, what is your truth?
There are people there.
And our final truth we say together, it is dark.
We are all still alive.
Players, are we all good?
I know it was the first time I held up the green card. I'm like, oh.
I had to ask because I got a back channel message, so I just wanted to make sure. You do trudge. Molly, one foot in front of the other, singing, pushing through. Occasionally, one of the others stepping in front to take the brunt of this abuse of pushing through this waist-deep snow, trying to find the spots where it's a little bit thinner. You notice that the light from the flashlight does get brighter as it gets darker. The glow revealing that the snow is white as you're walking, which is nice after seeing the dull gray for so long. And as it gets totally dark outside, pitch black, you open the doors of the mall and you're greeted by Christmas music, of all things.
I thought I'd never be so happy to hear Mariah Carey. All I want for Christmas is you.
There are a few lights on. It's not lit up like an active mall, but there are lights on. You see a sign. Follow the green dots. And you see a green dot. And then ahead on the floor, you see a green dot.
Molly takes a minute and just moves away from the door, and I imagine like this is the front area. There's like a bench or something mall-y. And she sits down for a second.
Jackie will sit next to her and see if there's any dry socks left to put on.
Georgie goes through the doors and the sound hits, and she takes enough steps forward and drops the gym bag and drops to her knees and puts her hands to her head and just starts to pray. Just starts to pray right then.
Joe, what are you doing?
As I pull the outside door open, I make one swing with the flashlight back toward the parking lot, just to see if there's anyone else out there.
For the briefest moment, you think you see someone standing there, and then it's gone. Just play of the light, maybe. Hard to say. If you pull the flashlight back to where you thought it, there's nothing there.
I'll go inside with everyone else.
Congratulations, you've made it to Hope's Mall. It's dry. There's no snow. It's a little chilly here because, well, next to a big glass wall of doors, there's a sign that says "Follow the green dots." And if you look around it, you see a trail of green dots every 50 or 60 feet. This place is huge. And you've got Christmas music playing. It goes from Mariah Carey to Jingle Bell Rock to Deck the Halls. That sound that everyone hates brings hope. This is the first time I walk in a mall and you hear Christmas music, not going, God damn it, already?
Well, it is Christmas Day. At least it's appropriate.
Okay, we're here. It's warm. I made it. Just gotta follow the green dots. No snow. No cold. Hell, give me one of. I'll take one of those Doritos.
You want Cool Ranch or nacho cheese?
Nacho cheese.
That's the best one.
Or zesty taco.
Oh.
I'm not opposed to a zesty taco. Cool Ranch, though, I can't.
Well, what is so? Is there any other people? Is there any?
Do we
other-
hear any voices?
It's hard to say over the Christmas music. But somebody had to write a sign and paint green dots on the floor.
Well, we're so close. So, Let's not waste any more time. Let's go.
Let's go.
Following the green dots.
You follow the green dots. You pass a jewelry store, a shoe shop, a hat shop, one of those crappy bar overpriced painting and vase shops, furniture shop.
Do all of these stores have the gates over them?
They're like halfway down.
I see.
If you stop and actually look at the gate, you can see where people have busted them to get them up so they can get in.
Yeah.
They don't look looted.
No.
So attempting to get dry shoes and dry socks.
Yeah, no, that's what Molly was thinking. Like, go get some dry clothes.
Okay. Would you like to go look in any of these shops as you're walking by?
I imagine there's an Old Navy somewhere.
Okay. Or a shoe locker or something like that.
Yeah.
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 You see a mattress shop.
We've been
They
sleeping
got beds.
on floors for I don't even know how long.
Sleeping in a real bed sounds like a luxury.
Yes. Yeah.
So what you like?
Head and bag and just.
So yeah, you can find dry socks, dry shoes, change of clothes if you want. But you still haven't heard any voices over the Christmas music.
I think we should keep moving.
You wander probably 10, 15 minutes into this mall. You finally find the food court. All the shops, the grills are up. You see a figure sitting across the food court. Just a single person. It's a man.
I sweep the light over them.
That's what happens.
Do they react at all?
No.
What does their facial expression look like?
You can't tell. All you can see is the back of their head.
Cool, 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 cool.
Hello?
Finally, your voice echoes across the food court. There's no response from the figure.
Oh. I don't like this.
No response.
Is this where the green dots end?
Yes.
Oh. I really don't like this.
But we made it.
Say, Joe, keep the light on me. Jackie's gonna walk slowly towards the guy, staying in the light.
You walk to the guy. And as
Hey,
you come
mister.
over- No answer.
Come around in front of him so I can face him.
You see his face. His eyes are whited over. He has the biggest smile you've ever seen. He looks like the happiest man in the universe.
Jackie's just gonna slump down on the bench on the other side of the table. Just sit there looking back at the group, looking into the light.
You sit down on the bench. Yes, there's a notepad. It's got an inventory. 50 cans of cheese, 2 pounds of beef patties, 4,970 gallons of gas. Generators on third level basement. Just this person had been here long enough to take an inventory. There's music playing. And as you're there, sitting, you see the lights start to flicker a little. And the music slows down, almost like a toy running out of a battery.
We've lost another candle.
And everyone except for Jackie, because Jackie is the only one in the light, hears whispers. However, it is time to speak our truths. As limited as they are. Our first truth is that as the lights flicker and the music slows and the whispers come, the temptation is almost unresistible. And our second truth is it is dark.
We are all still alive.
Out her lighter that she had in her pocket.
As soon as you bring that light into your face, Molly, it stops. But the three of you, before Molly strikes that light, you all hear a whisper in the voice you hold dearest. The darkness is going to win. The supplies will run out. Come with us. We can keep you safe. We can give you everything you want. And when that lighter flicks, the voice is cut off.
We need to build a fire, something, so we don't. Oh my God.
Jackie trudges back up with the notepad. Well, there's provisions for a good while, at least as of whenever this was written. Gasoline, food. And it says the generators are 3rd level in the basement. We can try to get them going again. Jack just kind of trails off.
Yeah, let's get the generators going so we can keep the lights up and make some food, warm ourselves up.
it is warm where y'all are. So that is a plus. The generators have been running long enough to warm the interior of the mall. So you can feel that on your hands, your face, your necks, just that warmth. It's a little reassuring, especially after being out in the freezing cold for so long.
All right, well.
What would you like to do? I think sounds like Jackie and Molly are going to go try to find and restart a generator.
Yeah.
Well, we've only got the one flashlight. Maybe we ought to either stick together or get a fire going first.
There has to be another flashlight in here somewhere.
Yeah. But, well, one of the kitchens in any of these restaurants, right? I mean, one of them's got to have a flashlight under the counter somewhere.
Or one of the sporting goods shops y'all passed.
Yeah.
Or it could be down one of the other halls. This is a mall. I'm sure there's 2 or 3 of each kind of shop.
I bet there's a trout pro shop somewhere in here.
and a Rick's sporting good.
So how about that? We'll go find ourselves some flashlights and go from there.
Yeah.
Everybody
But
here?
he was right here in the light. He was right here with all the resources in the mall, in the light.
Yeah.
It also looks like he was alone.
Got the 4 of us. Well,
maybe as long as we stay together.
Should we do something about him?
Let's go get some more flashlights first, and then we can come back and take care of him.
It just doesn't seem right to just any of them. Just flashlights first. Flashlights first.
So it's easy enough to find a sporting goods store. You're in a mall. They've got the "You Are Here" signs with the list of shops. You walk in. There's a couple hunting knives, kayaks, baseball mitts, fishing poles, display of battery-operated lanterns, flashlights, the little mechanic headlights that's like buy one get one free, 5 settings including strobe.
Ooh, we could have a dance party.
Dance to the Christmas music. Sorry, that was the wrong accent. We can dance to the Christmas music. Molly's gonna go and find like a lantern, like an actual like oil lantern, something that can light 360.
Smart.
I'm trying.
I want a headlamp. I want a lantern. I want
to be on fire. I want
light up
how
sparkles.
I want to be covered in glow sticks. Something.
Yes. It's Christmas. You get the Christmas lights. You just wrap them all over you. Yes. Battery. Oh no.
Oh God. Okay.
Oh, you find your lights. Generator's still out. And there's only one truth currently. And it is dark.
And we are all still
Stay
alive
alive.
somehow.
So what would you like to do?
Sorry.
That hurt.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, you
on
take the
our-
physical pain. We'll take the emotional pain.
Share the pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, share the pain.
On our way out of the sporting goods store, I'd like to see if we can find just like a folded tarp and take it with us back to the food court.
Yeah. You have no problem finding a tarp. I mean, they've got sleeping bags, tarps, tents.
Yeah.
It's a Spartan's good store.
Yeah.
You want a 500-gallon cooler? There's one of those.
Nope, just a tarp. So we can go back to the food court and set up the lights, and we can put the body in the tarp.
Okay. You do. And as y'all are moving in, he's still glass-eyed, milked over, largest smile you've ever seen. It's not unnaturally large.
Oh, that's a plus.
Thank goodness. No
But
joking smiles.
he looks like the happiest person in the universe.
Okay. You roll them up and place them off to the side. We should go and take care of that generator.
Right. So, it's a third level basement.
Yep.
Never been to a mall basement. I don't know where to find the stairs.
I think you just follow the walls and you can find the stairs. There's like usually hidden access doors.
Yeah.
Are you all going? Now that you all have lights?
Well, I know how to work on engines, so I'm happy to go down there. Anybody who wants to come with. Appreciate the company. Anybody who wants to stay up here in the light.
I'm gonna go with you. Shouldn't
Sure.
be alone. No one should be alone.
Thanks, Molly.
I'm gonna stay behind.
Can't hear you, Georgie.
Then I'll stay behind.
We'll be right
So-
back.
Be safe.
We will. We'll get the lights on for you.
So,
Enjoy the Christmas music.
Oh, yeah.
Jackie, Molly, you go back to the little information sign. You see clearly labeled stairs. It's probably 2 blocks down one of the side halls. You find it no problem. You make your way down the first set of stairs. Down the second set of stairs. Doors labeled sub-basement 3. Kendall, can you verify that for me? You push open the door. The darkness outside of your flashlight is unreal, Jackie. It's deep, just pitch black. You hear your boss's voice again. Son, it's gorgeous. Just turn off that light. Come on out here to the country. You should see the trains they've got. They run on schedule every time. I ain't seen one break down yet. It's better this way.
It's probably about time I get my lunch pail and punch out.
Do you say that out loud?
I don't know if Jackie even knows. Probably.
Molly, as you're sitting there, you hear your sister's voice. Molly-Anna, come sing carols with me. It's so nice here. It's a choir like you've never heard. Can't hear you. What did you do? Did you accidentally
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there we go.
It's weird. My computer kind of cut off it for a second. Maybe it kicked my microphone for a second. Anyway, I've missed the sound of your voice, Ruthie. Let's sing like we used to.
All you gotta do is turn off the light. They got those real nice robes. We can sing Amazing Grace. How sweet thou art. Just come on, Molly.
Molly sits down and starts singing as she turns off the lights. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
And as Molly sits there singing, her eyes wide open, and she smiles. Jackie, you hear Molly singing. And your boss says, she was smart. Turn the light off, son. Let's go talk trains.
You're right, Bill. End of the line.
Anyone there would have seen Jackie's eyes wide over and a gentle smile take his face. Joe, Georgie, you're upstairs. You know it probably shouldn't take an hour to turn on generator. They've not come back. The music that was struggling to play at this point has stopped. The only lights you have are the small lanterns. The rest of the mall is pitch black, and the faint whispers are starting to come back.
George,
Jolene,
got that tarp and turns to Joe and says, "That's what you saw in the truck."
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a bad way to go.
Well, I can think of worse ways.
I was going to be the first doctor in my family.
and in your head, you hear the answering whisper, "You still can be. Just go into the darkness."
You know what they do? They ask you to say when you're a doctor. Do no harm. Don't be afraid. And she turns off the lantern.
Joe, in that final instance, as Georgie reaches off and turns off the lantern, the darkness fully envelops her. You see the faint light roll up her eyes and a smile spread across her face before she falls over. In your head, you hear your mother's voice. "Baby, it's better this way. It's calm here." Can't see that. I just see card. Okay. All you gotta do is turn the light off, darling. I'll be here to give you a big hug, cook your favorite dinner. We can go for another hike. There's all kinds of people here waiting to meet you, and they'll all know your name. Come on, baby. Come home to mama.
As I reach out to turn off the light, I start singing. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine.
And in that last second before the light clicks out, you can swear you see your mother standing before you, smiling as your eyes wide over, and a smile spreads across your face. Our final truth is it is dark. A few days later, a group comes across an old chapel in a field. As they walk in, the windows are boarded up. All the pews are gone. There's a tape recorder sitting on a pulpit. The young girl picks it up, rewinds it, and hits play.
God, what do you even say in a moment like this? My name is Jolene, named after the song, because of course I was. And everybody calls me Joe. I have always lived in this town, and it honestly doesn't seem like much has changed since the lights went out. Yes, it's always been dark to me. But that's not important now. And I think I'm honestly just recording this because I don't want people to forget that I was here. Mom, if you get this, I'm coming for you. I'm gonna find you. And then we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna make it. I believe we're gonna make it.
My name is Georgiana Roy, and I'm a student here for pharmacology, and I work in town, and I'm not supposed to be here. My whole family helped send me here so I could get my schooling and I could get my degree. And the lights have gone out, and everyone is scared, and I can't understand why. I don't know what's happened to my family far away. Nothing's working. I have no idea what happened. I'm the only one that's left here, and I want to go home. Kyle, I don't know how you will ever find me. I don't think you ever will. I was going to come home.
This is Molly Anna, or Miss Molly, or Miss Malls, to any of you kids who might hear this. We're about to head out to the mall, and hopefully some of y'all are waiting there for us, and if you're not, hopefully you can follow our footsteps. Meet us there. Just want to remind you to always keep a song in your heart and know that God will be on your side no matter what. There ain't no lights outside, but there's always a light in us. Just keep holding on to that. And Ruthie, baby, if you get this, I hope you're listening to your daddy. And I'll see you soon.
Yeah, man, I've worked a lot of third shifts, but it's never been darkness like this. Never expected that my last ride out of the depot would wind up like this either. I guess all the guys back at the shop and everybody, I don't know who would ever find this, but I hope that we'll run into each other again someday. We heard on the radio that there's survivors at the mall nearby. One of the folks I'm with knows about it, and we're gonna see if we can't get that way. I've got the van, so we're gonna head out that way. And yeah, whoever finds this, I guess, best of luck to you. Never know how to finish these things.
As the recording stops, the young girl turns and looks up. Mama, should we go to the mall? And that is where we will end. First, I would like to thank my players for letting me be a horrible monster to them, as Sweet Liz repeatedly said.
A monster. Thank you.
Second, I would like to thank Tyler and Kayla, our producer and the candles for the night.
Thank you.
And last, but most certainly not least, I want to thank everybody in chat for being here and those who donated to Heal. With your generosity, we're helping a great cause. That's why we do this. This charity will be active through the rest of the month. So then we're going to take our time. We're going to let our players once again introduce themselves, say where you can find them, and then we're going to get the hell off the screen so I can check in and make sure everybody's okay. Because first and foremost is my players. So we're going to start in reverse order. Miss Nikki, you tell everybody who you are, where we can find you, and all the things.
Hi, everybody. It's Nikki. Tonight, I cried a bunch. You can find me on Twitter at TheWigDM. You can also normally find me at Slady's ATL. We just finished our season 1 finale of Hunt for the Heart Chart, so go check it out. It's I also cry in that one too. And you can see me here at Craftic Studios after Christmas doing Saving Face with our last episode before the new year, where we get to dress up and go to a party and have fun where nothing bad is going to happen. Thank you all so much for being here.
Pin.
Hi, I'm +1 Pen of Smiting, and I did not cry, but I did get chills. And you can find me on all the socials at Pen of Smiting, where normally I will draw cute, fun cartoons, make big googly eyes, and make fun of things that are definitely more appropriate than doing it here. So you can also find me at Twitch, where I've begun drawing things live to bring golden moments of RPGs to life. And on Tuesday, I will be launching my first RPG supplement, Truth or Truth, on DriveThruRPG and itch.io, and I am very excited to share it with everyone who really enjoys getting deeper, more meaningful role-playing.
As seen on Saving Face, it's great. Go buy it. If you don't, you're a loser. If you can't afford to buy it, let me know and I will buy you a copy. It is that good. Everybody should have this supplement. Liz.
I'm Liz, and I absolutely cried a whole lot tonight. Ooh. You can find me on Twitter at emjosia. You can find me here on Craftic Studios every other Tuesday with Saving Face, where I play your red-headed warlock Swamp Witch, who's somehow going to be the belle of the ball next week. It's very strange. I don't know how that happened. And I do my own streams here on Twitch, so tomorrow night you can find me painting something. It's tomorrow evening I'll be painting. So that's me.
Kevin.
Yeah, I'm Kevin. There are definitely tears in the handkerchief. Yeah, I'm usually in the chats for Craftic Studio and also for Slady's, which Nikki mentioned. So I do that stuff. I play a lot of games, not on stream necessarily, but it was fun playing here. Hope to do it again, maybe cry less next time. I post infrequently on Instagram at kevbot716 and even less on Twitter at kevbot716, but feel free to reach out.
And I am Abe. I've been your storyteller, the darkness, the monster, whatever you want to call me.
Cat dad.
You can find me,
Cat wrangler.
Cat scratch post. You can find me here most Tuesdays as either Marge, the Warforged Barbarian on Saving Face, or Rakan on Star Trek Adventures. Occasionally guest starring other places as invited. And on the Twitter @_Abeloec, where I post a lot of nonsense and retweet all the people I love and care about. So post everybody here in chat and on screen with me. Once again, Tyler, our lovely producer, was behind the scenes.
Thank you, Tyler.
We greatly appreciate him. It is well past his bedtime, and I thank him for not hollering at me.
Only a little bit.
And Kayla, who is KMC, Kayla in the chat, played our Candles. Thank you again, Kayla.
Thanks, Kayla.
You did a wonderful job not blowing out extra candles.
Appreciate you.
Even though we took so long that some of them went out on their own. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Tune in tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern time for Sunday brunch, where we just talk about the week. Love y'all. Remember to take care of yourself tonight. If you need any help,
Self-care.
our DMs are open, and we will see y'all next time, because
Sweet
I'm sure
dreams.
the darkness will return again.